Nice try, bitch. I know what you're trying to do. I caught you early.
I know what I'm doing.
Your stupid finger told the story on your stupid face. It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, doing good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 62 degrees already.
Yeah.
And it's going to be freaking hot. High. Get your liquids in to make sure you're hydrated for the hot day.
Yeah.
Okay. We are 87 for a high. You're going to be over 90 in some places, depending on where you are. Sun, starting at 11 o'clock for the rest of the day. And it looks like peak temperature will be between 4 and 5 o'clock, just in time for your rush hour home.
Sweaty ride home.
It is. This is good. This sucks so long and so hard.
But it's
it is
pretty
amazing how differently we are all dressed in this room.
Yeah.
Like, Pat looks like he's going to play pickup basketball after the show. Tommy's dressed like it's fall with a shacket.
Mm-hmm.
And I dress like it's always cold in here, so there's really nothing new for me.
Yeah, I don't get why you guys are wearing jackets. It's already hot outside.
Yeah, but it's not hot in here.
I understand. It's going to be hot in here.
All right, well, I got a T-shirt on.
We don't. So behind the scenes. So first of all,
I never know what to expect of the temperature of this room.
If you are not watching our live stream, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, you can catch it on the Odyssey app and WCMF.com. You are in a Tim Allen Tool-type shirt.
One of our greatest comedians.
With a jacket. One of our greatest comedians that was indicted for a cocaine conspiracy.
Oh, one time.
Rolled over on all of his co-conspirators. Led one hard against crime as I got older. Kimmy, you are wearing, like a fleece zip-up?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're kind of similar colors,
light,
really.
Jacket.
Yeah, me too.
And I am wearing a Tony Kukoc Chicago Bulls pinstripe jersey.
Why not?
The Croatian sensation, baby. No, bro, like when we get out of here, you're going to be...
It'll be 70.
No, it'll
Time I get home, I'll be out of this.
Time I got home,
I change when I get home.
Hey, check this out. Extra. It's going to be 83 by 10 a.m.
Yeah. I can live with that.
You're going to wear a jacket in 83 degrees
I mean, I won't wear it all day. It'll come off.
Okay.
I mean, I can take it off now. What's the difference?
Some people may be overdressed today because they haven't prepared themselves yet for shoulders out. Like, did you have to shave the shoulders before you wore that?
No, luckily my shoulders had been shaved 2 weeks ago, so
I was
going to
say, because I think a lot of guys, like, they put that tank top on for the first time, and they're like, oh, crap, I haven't done my summer prep yet.
Okay, can we talk about shoulders out for a second?
Yeah.
Because I just got into a heated discussion with one of our coworkers.
Why?
Well, okay,
Over shoulders?
Breezy down on PXY, I run into her.
She dresses like it's summer all year round.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's what's pissing me off.
Yeah.
She dresses like she's working at a resort.
I run into her, and she's like, oh. And I go, what? She goes, what are you wearing? And I go, I'm wearing a tank top. And she goes, yeah, it's just a lot of skin. She's wearing a dress with her shoulders also exposed.
Yeah, but you're not her type.
No, I understand.
She finds men gross.
I get that based on all interactions she's had with us.
But I think the first time man shoulder is a little shocking to coworkers.
No,
especially when somebody is
yet.
like not into men. You'd find it kind of disturbing.
I mean,
I don't think that has to do with it.
No,
might have a
we're
little
not
touch.
turned on by his shoulders.
Huh?
Really?
Well, I mean, neither of us are turned on by his shoulders.
He has yet to speak about that. Don't put words in his
yeah, I'm
mouth.
also into chicks.
I wouldn't have to be attracted to Pat to like.
I understand that, but I think somebody
want him to wear a tank top.
I don't like this conversation anymore.
All right.
No, I guess what I'm getting at is she is wearing exactly what I'm wearing.
But she's a woman.
But she's wearing a black tank top while criticizing the fact that my shoulders. She literally says you shouldn't have your shoulders out while her shoulders are out right in front of me, and she's trying to argue that there's a difference between man's shoulder and woman's shoulder.
Oh, there's a huge difference. Women are beautiful.
Women are beautiful. You pandering ass.
Women are art.
Bitch.
They're smooth. They're creamy. They're
I don't know
delicious.
why
You guys should be paid the same as we are, guys.
Absolutely,
With Tommy,
man.
you're all paid more than he is.
You know what it is? I think. I mean, we work in a strange place where like you can wear anything, but like there is something weird about men's shoulders being exposed in the workplace.
I'm trying to figure out what other workplace it would be like okay for shoulders to be exposed.
You would have
don't
to be
see
doing
it.
actual physical work, like really hard work, and even like landscapers and stuff wear T-shirts.
Oh no, I see guys go shirtless.
No, they don't let them. They make them. They make them wear shirts.
The International Union of Landscapers says against policy.
You'll never see a professional landscaper with a shirt off working.
You don't see a lot of exposed.
No, and those guys
chests.
are like busting their ass.
You will never See, I'm a professional landscaper.
Think about it.
With no shirt
Next
on.
time you see a bunch of
Yeah.
landscapers, pull over and look at them.
I'm good.
They
I will.
usually do.
Boys,
Take it off, boys. My boss made me, or my coworker bet me that you don't take your shirts off. I'd like to win that bet.
even construction guys, they always have shirts on.
Well, yeah, because you're like working for like the county.
Yeah.
No, even like guys in buildings when it's hot, because it protects them a little bit.
Guys in Buildings, one of the worst musicals from the 1950s. Guys in Buildings. We're just a bunch of crazy. Look, here is my argument for today.
Yeah.
Seeing as how it's going to be 90, and we are not prepared for 90. What sucks about this day, too, is it just comes out of nowhere. There was no
Yeah.
ramp up to 90. It's just
Yeah.
like,
Oh.
hey, now it's 90.
Yeah.
All rules about everything should go out the window in an effort to allow people to stay
No,
cool.
because people run wild
No,
with it.
no.
Because some people have couth, and then you get couthless, I'm going to go shoot hoops guy at work.
What?
Toothless, I'm going to go shoot hoops guy. He's going to work on that nickname.
Pasty white boy. And
Well-
I'm a Chicago Bulls fan,
I'm not
man.
a Chicago
Well,
Bulls fan.
I think
That's what
it
the game
is-
was a game, buddy.
Croatian sensation.
I think it's less about the shoulders, more about the pastiness. Like it's that time
Yeah.
of year where you haven't seen the sun yet.
Yeah.
So like any exposed skin, legs, shoulders, whatever, it can be a little shocking.
This is as dark as I get. I don't get darker than this.
All right. Well, we're just not used to it yet.
Okay.
Well,
just saying.
our eyes will adjust.
All right. Look. This isn't even about comfort. 252 WCMF as we
What is
talk
it?
about this hot day and, my argument that we should throw all rules about everything out the window. It's about safety.
Safety of what?
Safety of people being able to keep themselves cool in a 90-degree day, especially if they're doing something physical outside. No, am I wrong?
Do you think somebody's going to drop dead because
It-
they have a T-shirt on?
It happens, yeah.
I don't think it's death by
Well,
T-shirt.
doesn't
there's-
like t-shirt though at least help you protect you from the sun
Yeah.
a little?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
like there are
yeah,
other
sure.
dangerous things
Sure.
without the t-shirt.
No, yeah, look, you wear sunscreen. I'm not gonna say you shouldn't wear a t-shirt. I'm not here to say that.
Yeah.
What I am here to say is if there are men or women who decide that their shoulders being out and all of their arm exposed puts them in a better, more comfortable situation in a 90-something degree day, who am I to tell them no? Who are you to tell them
I
no?
wouldn't tell a woman no, because it's different.
It's not. It's the same.
I mean, they make outfits that are socially acceptable in business that are shoulderless.
what business
No,
shoulderless outfit?
I've seen women like
Yeah.
it's like a. I know exactly what he's talking about.
They're
Where
cut
it's- Yeah, it's just like the sleeves are.
I'm sorry.
Your wife, I bet your wife has a dozen of these outfits at
Peter,
home.
I'm sorry. I should not have stepped in when you two
We're
were
talking
about
fashion right now.
women's professional office
No, like I said,
fashion.
like,
I know what I
wouldn't be-
speak.
I wouldn't. It wouldn't look weird to me like a woman without like a sleeveless shirt on
Right.
at work. It's something
on
about
television.
It would be something about a guy with a sleeveless. I don't know. It just looks funny.
But how is that not hypocritical?
Because it looks sloppy on a guy.
well,
Like,
I
they
think
don't
we're
make
just not used to
menswear
it.
like
yeah, they
that.
don't make. Yeah, like what
There's no
would you
dress
wear
outfit for a man
without
casual
without
that has
sleeves?
that.
Yeah,
But why don't they? Because
I don't know.
Well, there's your $1 million idea.
No,
like
in
a
all-
button up without sleeves.
in all
Like how
s-
would you do it?
In all seriousness, like think about
You'd have to
this.
be working at a bar in San Francisco.
Think about this.
Yeah.
Today,
Yeah.
if there is a woman that works in an office, right, a professional woman,
Bare shoulder.
she can wear bare shoulders.
Yes, she can.
And a skirt,
Yeah.
right? So like, she
And it's
has-
very professional.
and that is going to keep her cool. Well, I don't have that option.
Right.
If I work in an
yeah,
office,
no, you. Yeah.
so why is there that difference? Well, how does that make sense?
I do, because it's not a very professional. Nobody will take you
Well,
seriously in that outfit.
I
Why
think
not?
there's
You
a
can't be a
wide.
boss man in that outfit.
Boss
You
man.
can't. You're
Says-
never going to close the account in that outfit.
Says man stealing stools out of garbage because he's right-handed.
There's a wide range of women's workwear. Like she can look professional a lot of different ways. Like for guys, you really only have like two things,
Right.
right? Like dress pants and a nice shirt.
Right.
Right, like we
That's
could-
it.
Collared shirt.
We kind
button
of
down shirt. Like there's not a lot of variety there.
You can go with the Vince Lombardi button-down white short sleeve shirt,
First of all,
which was
Could
very
do that.
famous in the
Could do
50s.
that.
It's called the Sipowicz. Everybody knows
All right.
that. No, but like we did start to push through this wall a couple of years ago when LeBron James wore that suit with the shorts.
Yeah, but you didn't
Yeah.
even want to embrace that.
But that's
as a
LeBron,
guy.
man. LeBron
No,
can do
there-
whatever he wants.
Well, he did it, and then a bunch of other guys did it, and then like I think it just wasn't very embraced.
Yeah, even LeBron put it back in the closet.
Okay, so then why don't we as men decide we can find something professional
You should.
with bare shoulders and shorts?
Yeah.
No, I'm
That'd be-
serious. Like, what a button-up tank top? What if is that a
A
thing?
button-up tank top.
Button-up tank top, collar.
I don't know.
Like
You
this.
gotta,
Does
you
exist.
gotta look like a male dancer.
So what?
Like you should be standing behind Madonna.
No, like in all
It would
seriousness.
look like a costume.
No, but okay, it would only look like a costume because you're not used to
Sure,
it, right?
sure.
So like here, picture. Stand up, like picture. Right.
If you
So
had buttons.
You got the no sleeves.
Yeah.
You got the buttons all the way down. Tucks into a pair of like
You gotta
slacks.
tuck them in.
Yeah, but it cuts off at the knee. So you got the shorts, tank top, and you can even put a tie on that if you wanted to.
That you would look ridiculous.
You'd
You'd look like a male dancer.
You'd only look ridiculous because you've never seen it before.
You would be walking around Vegas in that thing.
Okay.
Let me see if this exists. A men's button-up tank top.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to the websites where it actually exists. I just find it so weird.
Okay. There is some stuff on here that doesn't look that weird on the model.
Okay, can I? I'm going to come over and look real
But
quick.
they're
Okay.
gorgeous men, right?
Gorgeous man.
They're like
Like,
gorgeous.
It looks very
Beautiful
vacation
male
wear
models,
kinda,
right?
You know what I mean?
Oh, you can't wear that in office.
Why not?
Well, that's what you're describing.
Okay, no, that. Okay.
So what does it look like?
It's it looks like a dress shirt, but without sleeves, essentially.
No,
But
you
he said,
look-
but it's a pretty boy, right?
no, you know what it looks like?
mean-
They're like flowy. They look like every
Yeah.
R&B singer from the mid '90s.
It does look a little flowy.
Yeah,
Come on.
and that's
They
not
have some
going so
tighter
well
ones.
these days.
Yeah, you would
It
get
almost
bro.
looks like a vest.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know.
I think
without a shirt.
It's more flowy. I think we need something a little like more form-fitting, not flowy.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you're going to dinner at an all-inclusive in Cozumel.
All right.
And like not like a high-end all-inclusive.
Yeah, a rough one.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
it. Like, oh wow, $300 for 5 days. Oh no.
And I don't feel so good.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the heat today, and I am arguing old rules about everything, dress code, hours, whatever, should go out the window in an effort to keep people cool. Tommy, who doesn't go outside,
Go outside all day.
you're not going to be doing any work outside.
Yeah, I'll be outside today.
What are you going to be doing?
So today I got to fertilize.
Oh, you're going to fertilize? Bet you won't.
I'm gonna walk the dog.
Bet your wife won't let you fertilize today.
Well, then don't say it out loud.
Yeah, see, that's what I love this about you, because you know you're not going to, and you're happy your wife will keep you from doing
Look
it.
how tan I am.
What about
I'm
it?
outside all the time.
I'm not worried about your
I have nice color.
I'm not worried about skin cancer. I'm worried about the heat, like, crushing your throat because you're an old man and slowly taking you to the ground. I mean, you're at that age.
I'm not at that age.
Bro, you are at the age where you have to worry about the heat.
I can go, baby.
No.
I got Florida blood, baby.
No, look, I'm encouraging you to go. If I were you, I would run 10 miles today.
Yeah.
But
Away from that shirt.
for you to say,
What?
how dare you say that about Croatians? For you to say that the heat is not a medical issue for a man your age is just foolish.
Okay.
Am I wrong, Kimmy?
Dr. Tuffy.
Well, you know, you should be careful. Should proceed with caution.
Kimmy, will you Google at what age men should be concerned about the heat affecting them?
I
Should
mean,
there be a-
your
you
wife
can-
gives you time limit when it's cold. Does she give you a time limit when it's hot?
Yeah, probably. I kind of tune that stuff out.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
No, I encourage you to spend all of the time outside. You know, there's this new trick. They said that
Where's the trick?
fertilizing's better if you don't drink any water from 6 o'clock in the morning and then go out and work 5 hours straight. Do it. You won't. Ooh, pansy is big. Yeah, I mean, like right. So there's a heat wave that is happening in like Arizona, New
Well, yeah.
Mexico right now, where
Summer in the desert.
they have gone on television and told people do not drink a drop of alcohol. That's how hot.
Yeah,
it is.
because it's like 120 degrees.
No, I get it, but like your body is not accustomed to 90 degrees right now. Like I know you love to call yourself the Florida Flash. You're a northerner now, bitch.
Yeah, but I you never get that tropical blood out of you.
Yeah, no, when I look at you, I think tropical.
Tropical heat, baby.
Man in plaid shirt with a jacket and brown tennis shoes. Tropical Tommy. Where's your steel drum? Huh? You gonna have a pina colada, have a coconut, you white ass bitch.
I'm going to read you what this says.
Okay.
Older adults, especially those aged 65 and older, are more prone to heat-related problems. But it seems like, you know, it contributes to conditions you may already have.
Oh.
Underlying conditions.
Yeah, and it's not like you take medicine, a whole bunch of medicine for underlying conditions.
I just take the regular stuff. You know, for the salt, the cholesterol, the glaucoma.
Tommy's going down.
Yeah.
Just like his mama. And that was always hot. We have a dynamite show off those shoulders.
Yeah.
Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. Normally, Hate Mail of the Week is a letter written by a listener
Yeah.
discussing like a specific topic.
That pissed him off.
Yeah. That's pretty much the standard. But today, that's not what we have. This person just doesn't like us, period.
Like us as human beings.
Yeah, but they're not like offended.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause, I mean, I get it. Like, some people listen to the show and be like, what the hell is this crap? That's not their problem. They just think we're untalented.
Okay.
So much so, they wrote our boss's boss a letter.
Like, what were you thinking?
Yes. In fact, our boss's boss is named. Like, this letter is Dear Our Boss's Boss.
Yeah.
But they put to the manager of the break room on the front of the envelope. So we got it.
All right.
So we're going to read it on the air.
Perfect.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they're good at their job.
Yeah.
You're at least doing it
Oh,
satisfactorily.
you're getting through.
But every once in a while,
Mm-hmm.
you will have someone that will look you in the face and tell you, you suck.
Yeah.
You cannot do what you're paid to do. And there are ways you should handle that. And we'll get into it just
right.
after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
you steal something, it's against the law.
Yes.
And by the letter of the law, in this story, if the allegations are true, this man is facing exactly what he should be facing. But the lengths they seem to have gone to catch this man does not equal, in my humble opinion,
Yeah.
the crime he committed. And maybe there's a way to fix this
Yeah.
so you're not wasting all of this time and money. I'll explain.
Okay.
Next here at the break room on CMF. Crime is bad.
Oh, yeah,
You
buddy.
commit crime, you should be punished.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's just basic level. Everyone can agree with that. But there are shades of gray.
Okay.
For example, in this story, if the allegations are true, this man broke the law.
Yeah.
But the lengths they had to go to capture him, punish him, versus what? The crime he committed.
Oh, all right.
Seems a little off.
All right, a little much.
Maybe there's a better way.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, we were just talking about how brutally hot it's going to be today, right? I mean, there are things you can do to cool off, hang out in the AC. Talked about pools yesterday. I mean, there are free bodies of water to just walk into all around the greater
Jump
Rochester.
in.
At least we thought so.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
an announcement made by a city yesterday
Already?
made us know it's open.
Okay.
However, Kimmy, up until now, this costs money.
I feel like I need an explanation here. Like, I hope there's something I'm missing.
All right.
And it's not doing much for the reputation of your town. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So this story went down just east of us.
Okay.
A 43-year-old man was arrested on May 31st after an investigation.
What happened?
The investigation was into an incident that happened all the way back on March 7th. So this investigation, Tommy, almost 2 months long.
Yeah.
The investigation revealed that this 43-year-old man
Yeah.
entered a gas station just before noon and stole a can of beer,
A can of beer.
a 25-ounce
Ooh,
big
that's a nice
ass
One of the big
tall
ones.
boy. All right.
can of beer.
One can of beer.
And on top of the can of beer,
Yeah.
nothing else.
Okay.
Okay.
Those are all the charges. He stole a can of beer from a gas station.
And then he got back in his car and split?
Or walked away. We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know. So this man was arrested. He's got a court date coming up, etc.
On a can of beer.
On a can of beer. So here's the thing. On one hand,
Yeah.
Tommy, you can't just have people walking out of stores with
No.
stuff, right? We're trying to have a society
Right.
here. Okay, so he broke the law. But on the other hand,
Yeah.
can of beer.
Mm.
Kimmy, could you Google what a 25-ounce can of Budweiser costs for me, if you don't mind?
Wait, are you going straight up, bud?
Well, let's go, Bud. What are you thinking?
All right, let's go, bud.
I mean, if you're going to steal, you're going to steal something that's halfway decent, right?
Yeah.
What do you think? He was going higher or lower?
I don't know with beer now, like you could have grabbed one of them high-end crafty beers.
Okay, crafty beers?
Yeah.
Are those like, craft beers are like well-made crafty beers? Like all of a sudden they're not in your fridge anymore?
Right.
It's gone. It's crafty. Think of the time and money
Yes.
that went into this arrest.
It has to be insane what they spent to get this guy to court.
Right? Like let's walk through this. A police officer, after the call was made,
Yeah.
had to go down to the gas station. I'm sure they took a look at the surveillance video.
Yes.
They had to take a statement from whoever was working at the gas station. They then had to identify the person in the video who allegedly stole the beer. They then had to locate where this person lives.
Mm-hmm.
They had to go and get that person. They had to make an arrest. They had to bring them down to the station. They had to process them. They then had to set up a court date, which he will have to attend
Yes.
with a whole bunch of people that are in a professional setting,
Beer court.
right? For a can of beer. It doesn't really seem like an efficient use of
All
resources.
rise for Judge Bud.
Give me, what's a 25-ounce can of
I'm
Budweiser?
guessing depending on where you buy it, but it says between like $2 to $5.
Okay.
Hey, plus tax.
Oh, don't get me started about the taxes.
Come on.
Okay. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
I know that there are people listening go, well, what if this guy does it all the time? Let's say he was a frequent flyer
Yeah.
where he's stealing stuff
Yeah.
like this all the time. If he does it all the time and you want to get him into custody, wouldn't we use logic and assume he's going to do
Come
it
back.
again?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right? At which case, maybe you could get him at that point. That kind of seems more efficient.
Yeah, that's true.
Am I wrong in anything I'm thinking here?
And what are you going to do? You're just going to fine him, right?
I see. I don't know. I don't know how many times you can steal little stuff where finally they're like, we're going to do something about it.
Put you in for 90 days?
I don't
Which
know.
also costs you money.
Again, and it's a can of beer.
Right.
So here's the impasse that we're at.
Right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If I'm wrong, tell me, because I'm just thinking out loud here. There has to be a better way to handle all of this than a 2-month investigation and all of that work for a guy who took a can of beer.
Yes.
What is it?
Because you already got him. You know who he is, right?
Oh, yeah, it seems so if the allegations are true.
Okay. So, and let's say first infraction.
Yeah?
Maybe we just give him a mulligan.
No, you can't do that because then
Well,
everyone would just
yeah,
walk in and take
right.
stuff.
How about
Yeah.
everybody in America
Yeah.
gets one mulligan.
No.
One.
Okay, but
You get one.
No, see, this
but
is
then you would just do it to do it.
Right, but I only get one.
no, but see, this is why the
I get one.
this is why the
Everybody can afford
That
one.
is a terrible solution.
this is why the discussion about fixing this stuff dies because idiots like you are just like just give it to me. I just take it. Nobody knew.
Just
It's
one
fine.
time,
No,
one
no.
time.
Kimmy, is there a better way to do this than charging a man in this way for a, let's cut it down the middle, $3.50 can of beer?
I mean, can you ban him from the store? How, I don't know how that would work.
Okay, but then if he showed back up again, you'd have to arrest him for that.
Yeah,
right?
but I guess
So you're saying no charges, just a store ban?
unless you come back and then you maybe then you
But
know,
that just
then you
stops
call
you-
the cops. Oh.
That just stops you from stealing from that store, which really doesn't solve the situation either.
And you would have to find the guy and let him know he's
True,
banned, which would
true.
also require law
How
enforcement.
about public caning?
Okay, no, we're not going to hit
Man.
people with canes.
You get one whip for every dollar you stole.
But no,
so five hits with a cane.
There are plenty of guys.
Publicly.
There are plenty of guys listening that would
Liberty
take.
pole.
You would take.
During Jazz Fest.
Shut up. You would take.
Ow, beat pow, pow.
Do you have to scat
Yes.
while you're being
Have to
caned?
scat while you get slapped.
There are guys that be like,
Scat,
yeah,
scat.
I'll take 5 canes for a
A
beer.
caning?
I don't
No, I
know.
bet you it hurts.
I don't know.
All right, so you don't want public flogging.
No.
You don't want a mulligan.
No.
You don't want lengthy court dates.
Well, no, because that is just an inefficient use of resources.
All right.
So what is it? What's the fix here? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Put them to work.
Well, what do you mean?
Put them to work.
Put him to work doing what?
Like a chain gang.
No. Again, you still would have to do the investigation to get him on the chain gang.
What if
We're trying to eliminate the money spent in finding this guy who took a potentially $5 can of
what
beer.
if like he had a pattern and you knew when he was coming in and you knew what kind of beer he liked and you put something gross somehow in the
Okay.
beer.
You're now
that
using
he
my
picked.
dad's method to get me to stop drinking his Diet Coke when I
Like
was
you
a
put
kid.
some like warm milk in there or something.
Okay, how do we have such terrible ideas to help this issue? 252-WCMF. We're talking about this 43-year-old guy, happened just east of us. He was arrested back on March 7th. Police say he walked into a gas station and stole a 25-ounce big-ass Budweiser can of beer. The investigation took almost 2 months. They found him. They arrested him. He has been charged court date, but all of that stuff, a 2-month investigation, the process they had to go through, all of this costs money.
Yeah.
It costs way more than that $5 can of beer. It is just a can of beer. I understand you can't just let people take a can of beer and not do anything about it. But on the other hand, that's ridiculous.
But you got it. But you still have to find the guy.
Yeah.
Like you're
Well-
never going to eliminate that.
But if he keeps coming back, to Pat's point, he's going to be back eventually.
Okay.
Matthew writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us, cut his hand off. No.
Well, I mean, the Iranians do it.
Yeah, and last time I checked, stuff over that way, pretty good.
And you know what they don't have in Iran?
What's that?
Beer. They just cut it off, man.
How did we go from
Iran?
No, let's fix you. You started this with the public flogging. Do we flog anywhere? That's
Singapore.
No, I meant like in America.
No. I don't think we do. I don't think we. I thought we do like just normal like modern executions.
You make it sound so
I know.
quaint.
I know.
Normal, standard.
Well, I don't think we hang anymore or firing squad.
Well, no, there was a guy who was killed by firing squad.
but
I
he
thought he
asked for
chose-
He
it.
asked for it,
Yeah.
yes, and it was like a big thing where they tried to
Yeah.
keep him from being killed by firing
Yeah.
squad, despite the fact that he wanted
Well,
it. Okay.
bullets are so expensive.
Now we're going down a weird road. I don't think we're going to use the firing squad on a guy who stole
no
a can of
hangings.
beer. Yeah, no, or the flogging, or the cutting his hand
All
off.
right.
By the way, you cut his hand off, he's still got one more beer if he wants it.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? That doesn't
Yeah.
really help anything. Does it have to be this way? Because it seems dumb.
Well, it seems dumb when it gets to petty stuff, right? When we get to this low bar stuff.
But like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
These,
I
go
was
ahead,
thinking like, even if you had like him work for you,
Like a work day,
that
change.
$5 off, wouldn't it be a full hour of work?
Right,
It
that's
would-
so true.
It would be 20 minutes based
Yeah.
on minimum wage. You would have 20 minutes
Yeah.
at the gas station.
Yeah, picking up cigarette butts and get out of here.
Exactly. But no, like his onboarding would be 6 hours for the 20 minutes of
Right.
work he would
Yeah.
have to do. By the way, the 20 minutes he was there, he stole 5 cans of beer. No, I mean, look, I don't know. Is like the problem like the businesses? Like, because this is a corporate gas station.
Yeah.
And, a lot of these places are like zero tolerance, anything you're going to take. And the cops, if they get called, the guy technically broke the
They
law.
have to do
Yeah.
their thing.
Exactly. It's not like the police officer could be like, are you kidding me right now? Right? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, should it be at the discretion of the police department? Should we allow that to happen?
No, because those Because the business could say, I want to prosecute.
Yeah, I understand,
So
but
take it out of their hands and put it into the police.
well, no, you don't want private. Now we're getting to like the Pinkerton Detective Agency. That didn't go well either. You don't want private multi-million, billion-dollar corporations having their own law enforcement
Right.
agencies, which it kind of does feel like we're like a year away from Amazon having that.
Hey, they may.
Did you take that package? Like, this is difficult.
Yeah.
But this doesn't feel
This is
like,
why law school is so hard.
I don't.
Right? This is probably the stuff they talk about in law school.
Your idea was flogging, and you go, this is why law school's so hard. You can't hit someone with a cane.
Right. I mean, that's why those guys make so much money. This is
Good.
probably what they do in school. Like Harvard probably kicks this stuff around.
What the hell are you talking
Not
about?
so much anymore
Right.
with the cutbacks.
After that investigation.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there no other way to handle this situation?
In our system of
Yeah, I
justice.
can't think of something that evens it out
Because, I mean, again, to
for
locate
this particular person.
the person, you would have to have an investigation.
Right. So that you can't eliminate.
Okay.
So what you want to eliminate then is the court
Well, I just want to
and the
eliminate.
process.
Because, like, don't get me wrong. Like, if this guy walked in and stole a tank of gas, right? Like, I understand that now. Okay, like, if everyone started walking in and stealing tanks of gas, if that was possible anymore.
Right.
Like, I'm just talking about the monetary value versus the work that went in to get them.
Okay.
Does not work.
Well, you could treat it like a speeding ticket, right? You just pay the fine.
Okay, but the speeding ticket, they catch you in the moment or they send. So
Well,
you're,
but I'm eliminating court.
Okay.
What I'm saying in the process, you
Okay.
could just say, okay, here's your ticket, pay it.
okay.
And if you don't pay it, then we put a bench warrant out.
So you're saying the cops then find who this guy is and just send him a summons in the mail. Like,
Just
here,
how
you
you
pay this.
just when they nail you for rolling through a stop sign.
Okay, not the worst idea in the world. Still,
Well, how else could you do it?
well, I mean, it still doesn't eliminate if they don't know who he is, having to find who he is, which would also
Track
take
him down.
time.
Here's what, and if he doesn't pay,
Yeah.
coming down to the Canaan.
Did you watch something with canings? Why are you so into the canings?
No, I just watched this thing on Singapore
Okay.
where they still cane
Does that work, by the way?
you. Singapore is pretty buttoned up, no crime.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you telling me the government that wants everyone to come out and spend their money is saying to everyone else that there's no crime? I don't know why that would be
I don't
questionable.
know.
Why
They
would you
caned
question
it. They
that?
caned an American kid years ago.
I remember that. Were you alive for that, Kimmy?
I think I only know the story.
He was like some punk ass kid, and it was pretty petty.
Yeah.
And he got like, I think it was, I want to say 12 whips.
Was it for throwing gum on the
It was
ground?
something like that. It was something really minor.
Because fun fact is, we're getting off on a tangent here.
Mm-hmm.
Chewing gum in Singapore is illegal, and you can be caned for throwing
Yeah,
gum
yeah,
on the
yeah.
ground. Yeah, like they do not sell gum
Okay.
in Singapore. What a weird hill to cane
Yes.
on.
Yep.
I know.
All right, so we've solved nothing.
Stay out of Singapore.
And don't steal beer.
Cancel your travel plans.
Or okay, KDJ writes, he has to be disciplined proportional to the amount of effort it took to catch and prosecute him. So his argument would be, don't charge him for the beer.
Yeah.
You base the
Charge him
charges
for
on the
the
2 months
work.
it took.
Yeah.
But then, what if you just get a cop that's not good at investigating?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, oh,
Took
Jim
his
did
time.
it.
Yes.
This guy's going to get the chair now while he's being caned, and they're cutting his hand off. All right, let's take a break. All right, it's going to be in the 90s places today,
Oh,
man.
boy.
It sucks. And, we've been talking about how to keep cool. My bare shoulders apparently offensive to our coworkers. That's not going to happen. We talked yesterday about pools.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
you decided you are not allowed to invite yourself over to anyone else's
No.
pool, so
Let's
that's not
bring
going to
cheese in a raft.
bubbly cheese. There are bodies of water
Okay.
naturally,
And they're free.
yeah, free to walk into.
Jump in, man.
Or so we
of lakes.
so we thought.
Yeah.
There is a change being made
Yeah.
at this local lake. And the change, Kimmy, means that before today, it costs money?
Really?
This costs money?
Yeah. I was shocked.
And like for a place that has a reputation for being like hoity-toity
Have
and
we
like
been breaking the law this whole time?
well, no, that's why they changed it,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Oh.
Like for a place that has a reputation for being what's the word I'm looking for?
High end.
Out of touch
Okay.
with the common man. This ain't the best look.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. It is going to be effing hot
Too much, Pat.
today. Yeah, it is. You said yours are already sweaty. Take your jacket off, you bitch.
That's from your mom.
Okay. Why would doesn't even make
Your
sense.
thighs.
Got
Very
it.
sweaty.
Yeah, thank you.
'Cause I was there.
Shut up.
And they're big.
90
They're
degrees,
stifling.
depending on where you are. How
It's
about
so worth it.
he's such a bitch. He laid out his outfit, Kimmy, and the jacket looks good, but he won't take it off. I don't want my outfit to look bad, but I'm really hot.
Well,
so-
when you put it out, you put something together, you want to keep it together.
It is weird though. You don't abandon your layers. Like I would think you put on the layers so you can strip off the layers.
I fight for my fashion.
Is your shirt tucked into your jeans?
Yeah. Why? It's a button-down
You
shirt.
sounded so defeated. Yeah.
Yeah.
You tucked a shirt into jeans.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a dress shirt.
Do you not? Was your braided belt not out and ready to go?
So I left the belt in the bedroom again.
Mm.
I didn't want to wake my wife up going and getting the belt, so I had to go beltless.
So you tucked
Wasn't happy about
You
it.
tucked a button-up shirt into jeans without a belt.
Yes.
You are now Grandpa Tommy.
I'm Clint Eastwood.
Okay.
In his 90s.
Yesterday, we talked about mooching off a pool thanks to the heat.
Yeah.
Well, as the hot days continue, there are free options to get yourself wet and cooled down.
Go for it.
At least we assume they were free, because it turns out that one place in our area, Kimmy, was charging people.
Yeah. Okay. I could not, based on the wording of this, is it just in the one area that they charge people, or is this just in general?
We'll find out. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. There was a mother in our area who has been arrested.
Oh, my
And
God.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
I get that a parent doing this, if the allegations are true, is probably not great.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was against the law.
Oh.
And even further, I mean, Kimmy, when we were kids, there were plenty of parents that not only encouraged their kids to do this, but taught them how to do this.
Oh.
That was like standard parenting. We'll get to the story.
Okay.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Very exciting for folks who live in the greater Canandaigua
What's
area.
going on?
Kershaw Beach.
Yeah.
It's one of the few places that folks who don't own lake property can go and enjoy the water.
Yeah.
The city made an announcement yesterday.
What are they doing?
This year, City of Canandaigua is waiving the fee for people to use the beach.
Oh.
Until just now,
Yeah.
unless you were a City of Canandaigua resident, you had to spend between $2 and $5 to go hang out in the beach.
Every time?
I guess 252 WCMF.
So I know they have that like private like beach club area with like lockers and stuff. You ever seen that?
No.
It's at the end.
Okay.
When you're walking
It's
on.
at the, there is no end. It's just a circle.
Well,
Is that
at
the
the
one
end of that area
Are we
where
at
you
the
can
end? No,
swim.
keep going.
Well,
I can't find the end. It just keeps going.
don't go to Naples. But I thought the other part. So the whole you had to like a permit.
I
'Cause
don't
how
know.
did they collect their money?
Because they even said if you didn't pay it before, you were swimming illegally.
Well, so they said that they are now, Kimmy, going to waive the fee
Yeah.
Okay.
because people were swimming illegally, which made for a dangerous situation. I
Okay.
would assume that means people were trying to jump in places they weren't supposed to swim.
Oh, okay.
All
Because
right.
I would assume you'd have lifeguards there watching them.
Yeah, but I guess I didn't realize it was illegal to just get in the lake and use it.
Okay.
You know?
The phone number is 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All you Canandaigua folks out there, how did charging for the beach work? Like, is there a booth I had to, like, pay admission
Right.
for?
Yeah.
Because you would have to show like like you're a resident. It was free for
Is
residents.
it free for Canandaigua city
yeah, so
residents?
yeah, you would have had to show your ID.
You have to show your ID, but if you and I go down, we got to pay.
This is what it sounds like. And like you said, is it $2 to $5
How do they know that? I can
per?
say, yeah, I live here.
Well, I guess you would have to have proof of residency
Yeah.
Yeah.
to go to the beach.
And you would need a beach monitor.
Yeah, yeah.
Beach club.
Okay, so Canandaigua is a
Day
town.
watch. Canandaigua.
It would be Lake Watch.
Lake watch.
Canandaigua is a town that we've criticized for being a little out of touch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Canandaigua is also a town that makes a lot of money in the summer on tourism, and
Oh,
not
yeah.
just overnight resort stays or Airbnbs,
Concerts.
but yeah,
everything.
folks who come from like regionally for the day to like eat, enjoy the water,
Oh, yeah.
or whatever.
Mhm.
If I took a day trip from like an hour or two away to Canandaigua, and they were going to charge me money to go to the beach, I would be out of my effing mind.
But there are places that do this around the country.
Where?
Cape Cod. Like when I used to go see my brother at the Cape,
Mm-hmm.
if we wanted to go to the beach, I had to take his car because he had he had a resident sticker on it,
Oh.
or else they would charge you to park and use their beaches.
Okay, when we're talking about out-of-touch places, I don't know if Cape Cod is the best example of like other places.
But I
that's-
mean, I guess you're right.
They do it in places in Florida
like
too
Jersey,
that
Again.
they charge you to park.
Okay.
In certain areas. Certain areas it's free. But I know, like in Naples, they charge you. You know, you could walk there, but if you pull up your car, you're going to pay.
Okay. 252 WCMF. You say it like an action star. You pull up your car, you're going
You're
to
gonna
pay. This summer, Tommy, $2 for the
They
beach.
have like piers that you would think you could just walk out on, and they charge you $1 to walk on a pier.
How do
I
you?
guess that's to maintain the pier.
I guess.
Okay, fine. Also, you live here and benefit for people coming to the pier.
Right.
Maybe you pay for it.
Right.
How about that?
Or the state pays for it.
Like here, I mean, that's the thing about Canandaigua too. Like, I mean, there are people that travel to go to that beach.
Oh yeah, it's a resort.
They're spending money when they're in town.
Right.
Does that not pay for the beach? Am I missing something here?
But if you pay, I guess maybe you keep the scuzz out.
Okay, let's talk about that in a second. 252 WCMF.
Beach scuzz.
252-9263. Canandaigua announces yesterday that they will not be charging people the $2 to $5 they do charge to go to Kershaw Beach, which is one of the few places, if you go to Canandaigua, you could swim without owning lake property.
Yeah.
Kimmy and I were stunned that they were charging, period. Ted's going to figure all this out for us.
Okay.
He's on CMF. Hey, Ted, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, it was no big deal. It was like $5. They pay when you walk in. There was like a little gated area, and there was someone sitting there. That's all.
So that's at that beach club area that has like lockers and stuff.
Yeah, it's that little building, right? They got torn up last year when the tornado hit it.
Oh, that's weird because tornadoes don't happen in our area, I heard from Tommy Muley.
Yeah. Well, Tommy's full of it anyway, so.
Yeah, so take that, Pat.
How you like that?
Yeah, you
huh?
got fun of it.
Great call, Ted.
right.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
right.
Have a good rest.
I called that radio show, gave me a real zinger this morning.
Well, so they got to rebuild the little booth there. So
Okay.
maybe that's why they were charging.
But no, because they stopped charging.
Yeah, good point.
So you
Yeah.
have to go through
Never
that
mind.
gate in order to get onto the beach, apparently.
But then
way
people
he
must have
describes
been getting around it though, because like you were saying, like it would be illegal to people must have figured out ways to swim without paying that fee.
I thought there was like another side of that was just open to the public.
Where?
Well, next to that area.
Okay. All right. So Shelly writes us on Instagram.
Shelly knows.
Duffy on WCMF. She's giving us conflicting information. She says you could always walk in. It's the parking that costs money, like you said, other places.
All right.
And they were given a keychain. You showed at the gate. My dad lived in Canandaigua for 25 years. Got to bring my Canandaigua keychain down to the beach. Are there other beaches in our area that charge admission to go to it's a natural body of water.
Well, it is like the nicest probably beach around here,
Okay.
right?
Fine.
I mean, most of these beaches around here aren't that nice.
Sure,
Like what you would
It's
charge.
not the ocean though.
What are you
It's
talking
just-
about?
You're not going to charge like for Durant Eastman Beach.
Why? What's the difference between the water there and the water in
It's
Canandaigua? What's the difference between Canisius
it's-
and
Also,
that?
do the other
roadie.
Finger Lakes charge? Like if I wanted to go swimming in like Seneca, do I have to pay a fee to use like some of those public beaches?
I mean, I've never heard of that, but I also didn't know they were charging down here. Are there free areas before
I
Kershaw?
wonder if it's because Canandaigua it's so residential around
Yeah.
the lake that like there's only like 2 spots you can actually swim.
Probably, right?
So it's easier to maybe charge because you can, there's only so much space you have to keep your eye on.
But I mean, it's frustrating when you go to Canandaigua that if you are not paying for a resort
Yeah.
or if you are not owning property, like there's like
Just make friends with the Policinis.
but like the place to go swimming is so
Narrow.
tight. It's
Yeah.
right. Like I mean, you have this whole giant, beautiful lake. You're looking at these gorgeous houses. You go
can
over
look
here.
at it.
Yeah, stay right here.
Yeah.
Don't you dare think about swimming over that way. All right, so you had touched on something a second ago.
What's that?
That Julie brings up on Instagram. Again, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Julie writes, they should keep charging people to go to Kershaw Beach. Charging a little bit of money keeps the riff-raff away.
It does.
And make sure teens aren't running wild on the beach all summer. It doesn't keep the riff-raff away?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think a kid could cough up $2?
No, Kimmy. It keeps all kids away that don't have $2. Is that a serious thing you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money keeps the scuzz.
$2.
away.
$2.
Yeah.
They ain't got no $2.
Okay.
And if you're a family of 4, that's a lot of money.
Okay.
Are you talking? Now we're just talking money. So
Let's loop back around to that in a second because you make a point there. But let's talk about the teens. You don't want the teens running wild on the beach, and you think the $2 will keep them out per person. But let's say you're right.
right.
Let's say the $2 do keep the teens off the beach.
Not the teens, the scuzzy teens.
No, okay. Where do you want the Scuzzy teens running wild?
I don't care.
'Cause they-
Go find your own lake.
You mean in
Go
Canandaigua?
find your own
They're
lake.
not going to the lake.
Scuzzy Teen Lake.
Now they're going across the street where your car's parked.
Go to Lake Scuzz.
Like the teens are going to run wild somewhere.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to see it.
No, but you're not solving the problem because you're going to go somewhere else, like to go get dinner, and those teens will be running wild
Yeah.
down Main
I don't
Street.
want to solve the problem. I want to push the problem off on somebody else.
You
But you're just going to
Canandaigua.
run into that problem somewhere else.
Canandaigua's not big enough to push it somewhere else. You're going to see them at some point.
Well, let the cops deal with it. What?
Okay. Joe, right? I don't think you're thinking through your plan here.
How about raise a good kid?
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Tommy
that'll
Muley.
solve all problems.
What?
A guy who backed into somebody in his dad's car and took off, committed a hit and run. A guy who got caught at a beach parking lot trying to sleep with his girlfriend. Joe writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Okay, it's the fence-in spot with the lifeguard. If you are up in Canandaigua, just swim outside the fence. F paying money. They have enough money. Well, that's why now they're not charging,
Right.
Joe, is because people were doing that,
Yeah.
and it's dangerous. I got a bunch of people naming other places that charge. He says, Frank says, I'm originally from New Jersey. Most beaches you have to pay and get a badge for the day.
Yeah.
Why would you? It's a New Jersey beach, too.
I know it's
You know
not
what
the
I'm saying?
nicest. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you brought up, you're talking about 4 people. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's actually a reason why you should not be charging to go to the beach. Because let's say I have a family of 4.
Yeah.
And I am looking, in today's day and age, to do an economical, fun family day.
Yeah.
I would have to spend $12 just to step foot.
Just to put your ass on the sand.
And you're not just going on the sand. You're probably going to bring food, right? There's going
Yeah.
to be things involved in
I
that
don't know.
way, drink.
Do they regulate some of that stuff, though, when you're there?
They probably do. But the point I'm making is, like that $12, although it doesn't sound like a lot of money, adds up.
Yeah, but I mean, most places, like if you go to a state park, right?
Yeah.
Any state park, you
True.
pay.
Yes.
Any national park, you pay.
Yeah, I don't even know how much is it to go to like Letchworth.
That I don't
for-
know.
Yeah, but they
for your
charge
car.
you to go in.
Yeah.
Understood. But here's what the state park, though. Like, there's other things at the state park,
Yeah.
right? Like, there's hiking and blah, 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 and there are options. Well,
Very
some-
vast.
yes, and there are some options of state parks where you don't have to pay.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know.
Well, but I guess you got to pay for all the maintenance of the beach. You got to pay for the lifeguards. You got to pay for whatever else you need for a beach.
Okay, but again, a state park, like if we're talking Letchworth or Hamlin charges for admission too, right?
I think so.
Do
I
they?
haven't been
Hamlin
there in
Beach
a
State
while.
Park? I
I don't know if they do.
Okay, let's just go with Letchworth.
Right.
That's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? There are little towns that kind of benefit.
Oh,
but-
yeah. They need the money for the maintenance.
Exactly. Canandaigua benefits from the people that come down to
True.
the beach, so that should be paying for it,
Well,
in my humble opinion.
yeah, but that's why they want to hose you.
Okay.
It's,
Well,
it's a cash grab.
no, it's not because they waived the fee.
No, I mean, it was.
It was a cash
Was
grab.
it? Yeah.
They have stopped grabbing said cash. Okay. Let's take a break.
No.
This is unethical, you would argue.
Yeah.
Didn't know it was illegal.
Oh.
And here's the thing about unethical. There are going to be parents even today that argue this is not unethical. If your kid has an issue and it gets physical, you should have them handle it. In fact, maybe even teach them how to do it.
Oh.
That was the way not too
Oh,
long
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Are there still parents raising their kids that way?
How?
Well, if you are, you may be getting a little knock at the door
Yeah.
from Officer No Fists. But we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. we may have a parent argument here.
What happened?
There are going to be parents who hear what this mother was arrested for, Tommy,
Yeah.
and wonder why. In fact, plenty of our parents may have given us this advice.
So this is like old school parenting.
I would argue it's very old
Yeah.
school parenting. But even if you're not cool with what police say this mother was a part of,
Yeah.
I was unaware that doing this would be against the law.
Oh, all right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. The problem? Not enough homes for people to buy.
Okay.
And the problem in the city of Rochester, there's a couple of vacant lots that are just sitting empty. Nobody's doing anything with them.
Yeah.
So they've come up with an idea to kill two birds with one stone.
Fantastic.
And not too long ago, Kimmy, living in something like this would not be desirable. But now we're in a situation where we could be seeing these in the city of Rochester.
Wow.
We'll tell you what they are just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
this story went down just east of us. Back on May 25th, police were called for reports of multiple kids fighting throughout the day.
Like a brawl?
It just says fighting.
All right.
They probably weren't charged $2 to be there.
Yeah.
And then the scuzz showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Police arrived. They calmed things down, and they did an investigation. And that's where police say they discovered
What's that?
a 38-year-old mother of one of the kids fighting had driven her child to the park intentionally with the knowledge they would be fighting other kids.
Wait, she dropped them off for the fight?
She knowingly gave them a ride to the
Okay.
fight.
Like it was her,
All right.
like it was the kids' bowling league?
Yes, exactly. Now, it doesn't say that she was present during the fight.
Okay.
It
But you
doesn't.
drove them there to take care of business.
Yes, but Kimmy, we've also seen stories where, like, parents
Yeah,
stay, they
yeah.
tape it, they egg them
Right.
on, they
Right.
participate. That apparently, at least according to the story, did not happen.
Okay.
But because police say she dropped their kid off
Yeah.
for this scheduled bout, she's been arrested,
Damn.
charged with endangering the welfare of a child. She has a court date on June 18th. So there's a lot to get to here in this story.
Okay.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First off, were either of you aware it was illegal to give your child a ride to a fight?
I never really thought about it.
I never thought a parent would admit to doing that.
Right, like-
I would just think a parent would be like, I didn't know what they were gonna do when they got play dumb,
Well,
even if you did know.
These are allegations. Maybe the kid was asked about it, and they were like, yeah, my mom knows I'm here. They gave me a
Possibly.
ride to the fight.
Okay.
All right, so you never really thought about it.
No,
So,
I mean, I never thought a parent would do that.
Right.
so then I guess the question becomes,
Yeah.
should it be against the law to give your kid a ride to a fist
I
fight?
probably should.
It does
right?
look like you're encouraging it.
Yeah. You got a bicycle, sneak out of the house. But, like, I'm not giving you a lift to get into trouble.
Well, but this
Yeah,
mother
like I'll
was-
turn my back.
Okay.
If let's say you think your kid should do that, like, maybe you just turn a blind eye.
Okay,
But
but
I
that
can't
doesn't make
imagine,
you
like-
better than the woman who gave her a ride.
No,
You're
but you
aware
d-
of what's happening.
I mean,
Yeah,
what if
but
your
you
kid
didn't,
gets
like-
seriously hurt?
Oh,
Put
no,
them
you're right.
there.
You're
I
right.
don't know.
Well, but that's her kid. She knows what's up.
Yeah.
It's like a chain pit bull, son. Let this thing off the chain. We're both going to have problems. Okay, so different parents come down different ways on how they feel about their kids fighting.
Stand up for yourself.
Well, Tommy, there are some parents that are against fighting no matter what.
Yeah.
There are parents, like you just said, who, I don't want my kid to start it, but if they got to finish it, you stand up for yourself. You stand up for what you believe in,
Yeah.
and whatever happens, happens.
Okay.
And I always talk like this. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. One, should this woman be in any kind of trouble with the law? And two, are you a bad parent for teaching your kid how to fight?
Teaching them how to fight?
Well, I mean, look, if you...
Well, teaching them how to fight or teaching them how to defend themselves.
okay,
I
but
know,
is there a
like,
difference?
well, one's
kinda.
raising a bully, one's just protecting themselves. Which
Yeah.
one are you raising?
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's talk about that.
Right?
One's a little more aggressive.
Well,
Right.
let's have that discussion because I understand the idea of, if you're going to get pushed to a certain point, there's only so much you can take. But every parent of a kid that's ever been in a fight
Yeah.
believes their kid was the victim.
Oh, yeah. They didn't start it.
Yes, they believe their kid was pushed to a point where they had to defend themselves.
Yeah.
And I get that your kid is going to argue certain things,
Yeah.
and their friends are going to, no, Stevie's telling the truth. It's always a Stevie.
Yeah.
But, like, there's no way, just based on logic, that every kid that's ever been in a fight was the victim of something. Like,
Right.
your kid could be lying. Your kid could be the dick. Your kid could have been the bully and not realize they were being the bully. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems to me like teaching your kid this stuff also goes down a road of they could end up being a dick.
Right. Because they're kids.
Okay.
and they'll just start pushing some other kid around.
So never say anything.
I would never encourage it.
Okay. So don't teach your kid how to fight.
No.
Oh, what happened, Mr. Old School?
All right, can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah, absolutely.
So my Uncle Don was an FBI agent for 30-something years in New York.
Okay.
And he was about as conservative, and it's either black or white, and if he was all anti-commie, he was all that stuff, right? So one time my cousin got into a fight, and he was telling my dad about the fight, his uncle.
Okay.
Well, you know what my father says? He goes, next time you bring a shovel down there, tell me you're going to cut his balls off.
Oh,
What?
So but my dad tells my cousin this.
yeah.
My uncle hears about it and lights up my dad. Don't teach my kid any of that crap because he was like anti-violence.
Okay.
Even though he was an FBI agent, with protests and all that other stuff, he didn't want his kid getting into fights.
Okay.
And this was a guy like stand up for America, go defend the flag, all that stuff.
Sure.
But he was anti-brawls and fights. Where my old man is like, just go hit him over the head with a shovel.
Which, by the way, your father's never been in a fight in his life.
I mean, I'm sure he was as a kid, but who the hell knows? You know what I mean? But yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, he was a bully and a coward. But like even my conservative ass uncle was like anti that type of parenting.
Okay. I mean, are you a puss for having that take? Not wanting your kid to fight at all?
And my uncle was no puss.
I mean, well, I don't know. I heard he never took his gun out from your dad.
Yeah, he was like having $1 million in the bank. But you would have thought that guy would go down there and defend the family.
No, I'm with you.
I mean, I don't know how effective a parent would be at this, but would it be smarter to like teach your kid how to like be a smartass?
Well, no, because then you
cut
could.
somebody down with their words.
I
you
mean,
know?
that's not
if
a bad
somebody
idea.
comes at you, like this is what you could use to like make them look like an idiot.
Yeah, but that kid's going to end up in morning radio.
And that also may accelerate the fight.
Yeah.
I guess, but
I mean, ask Tommy how many times he's been assaulted for all the stupid things. Yeah, let me tell you something
but he
about that.
somehow
Mostly
did work
girlfriends.
his,
Have you seen
his
this?
way
Have you
out
heard
of it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 38-year-old mother just east of us who was arrested after police say she gave her kid a ride to a fight. Police were called during the fight. It doesn't seem that the mother was there, but somehow they got the information during the investigation that she gave the kid a ride. She was arrested and charged with endangering the welfare of a child. We were trying to figure out, how she knew or how the cops knew this happened. Nick writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. I don't know if you heard, Pat, but they can't talk about Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, do not talk about Fight Club.
That's so true.
Did your dad ever, your dad never taught you how to fight, right?
No.
Like, what are you going
No.
to? Okay.
Bro, I was always a runt kid. What was I going to pop you in the knees? I was always the smallest kid in my class.
Well, but
and the lightest.
There are parents who believe that if you are tiny, that's why I need to show you how to do this.
Yeah, but you're just going to hurt. It's not going to help you.
Okay.
If I'm gonna fight a kid, if I'm in an 8-year-old,
Yes.
and I'm gonna pick on a kid that's twice my size, I'm gonna just get creamed.
Okay. You're not wrong. Kimmy, did your mom or dad ever teach you how to fight? Did your dad ever throw you how to?
I mean, my dad always like.
You teach girls how to
It bothered him like in sports if I like wasn't pushing people around, But it's not like he was like, hey, throw an elbow every now and then. Like he didn't like really encourage that type of.
You shouldn't
behavior.
teach a girl to fight.
Why not? If you're gonna teach a boy, why would you teach a boy to fight and not a girl?
You shouldn't be getting into fights.
I would argue it's probably more important to teach your daughter how to
Like to punch another girl.
Oh, not punch another girl, defend herself. I mean, like.
Well, that's
Be
self-defense.
ready for something.
Defend herself is self-defense.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand from
why would that be a bad thing?
punch that girl in the mouth.
Well, no, but like I think.
Come here, Sally. Pow. That's my boyfriend.
I think
It's always a
like
Sally.
teaching your daughter a little toughness can't hurt.
All right.
And by the way, again, we're going down this road of that self-defense. No, it's all the same thing.
All
Self-defense is running away as fast as you can. That's the most efficient way
Yes,
of
it is.
self-defense.
Get out of trouble.
But there are also parents who don't. I didn't raise no sissy. I didn't raise no runner. You stand there and you handle business.
All right.
I mean,
Stand up for yourself.
I don't know. Like in my humble opinion, the running away as fast as you can is the best way to do it. That's-
I'm a known leaver,
yeah, but you're fine with that too.
but I've also been assaulted when I was leaving, which really pisses me off.
There's also another situation
What's that?
that has to be considered. This old school idea of teaching your kids how to fight. I'm okay if they end it, not start it, versus how the world actually is. Because Kimmy, there was a time.
There was a time.
That was beautiful. Where two kids getting in a fight in school led to like an in-school suspension for one day, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those kids were back pretty quick.
Now, kids who get physical with each other, they face a laundry list of potential
Well, there's
punishments.
usually like video evidence too.
Oh, yeah, it
of
can end up on the news.
How bad it got,
Yeah.
you know? Because I remember as a kid, like every now and then, like you'd see a fight, you're like, "Whoa, that was shocking."
Yeah, but
it was, you know, it was quick, and everybody kind of forgot about it because it happened so fast. But if I can go back and rewatch that over and over again, you're probably going to see and notice some things that were pretty bad.
And it ain't just school. Like, for
Yeah.
example, in this story, the cops were called
Yes.
for these kids fighting. This was not a case of like a cop rolling down the street, seeing a fight, getting down, and be like, hey, break it up and go
Yeah.
along your way. Like, we like to remember, like, in the streets of Brooklyn in the 30s, like how we all think it is. Like, someone was arrested
Yeah.
over kids fighting. And we see kids get arrested over fist
Oh,
fights
yeah.
that when we were in, as we were younger, they would have just separated
Yeah.
us and sent us home. So, like, the situation you're putting your kid in is a lot more severe
Oh, yeah.
now than it was when we were younger.
Yeah, you're gonna. It's gonna be more adult now, with cops and arrests and handcuffs.
Is that the right way to be?
Doesn't seem to stop it, right? I don't know. Is it down? Is it up? Does it help?
Is it down? Is it up? Does it help? Or does it go? I just find it funny. Like, the same parents that are like, teach your kid to fight also want to share, like, there was a fight at the mall over and over again on Facebook.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere anymore.
And by the way, just because you think your kid's right doesn't mean he's not going to get arrested
Oh, yeah.
defending himself.
Yes, exactly. Like, when you roll up upon a situation, you just see two people fighting.
Right.
Jacob writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, should always be taught to defend. Pull a Muhammad Ali and P.O. that guy so he can't hit you. All you have to do is be the greatest heavyweight fighter of all time.
Done and done.
How hard is that?
Yeah.
Right? He goes on. Brother got in trouble just because he threw a punch back while defending himself. School system doesn't care if you're involved. Throwing a punch, you're in trouble. I mean, I guess that's the point here.
It's like zero tolerance. right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And I get that there are extenuating circumstances for everything.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't want to teach my daughters how to, like, beat up.
Beat up. Yeah, but that's something you want to put in your kid.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. David writes us, parents should be involved in their kids' fights. It's safer to have an adult there in case it gets out of hand and someone has to stop it. You shouldn't encourage your kid to fight, but it's good for them to get in a fight or two when they're kids to know what it feels like. Thoughts?
I mean, to know what it's like to be punched.
I guess that's what David's getting at here. One, you should be there to pull a Mills Lane and be like the referee the entire time. Two, it's a good experience to get punched in the
Okay,
face.
I've been punched. And I don't know what it. I've been punched. I don't know
Yeah.
what it taught me.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you didn't change anything about yourself.
And I've been assaulted by many different types of people.
Yeah.
Okay, so not that I agree with David,
Yeah.
but the point that he makes here is an interesting one because you didn't learn anything from the punch. But
Well,
you,
I didn't take anything away from it except that it sucked.
yeah, you're right, but that's just it.
Yeah.
It hurts
Right. Yeah.
because there are lots of guys, and I know them. We have all met them
Yeah.
who have never been punched in the face, and they think that they're tough, and they got no problem being a dick.
All right.
And like when you
It takes you
learn-
down a notch.
Oh, it not only takes you down a notch, it makes you re-examine your
I don't
entire
know, though,
existence.
because there are some guys that have been punched, they've thrown punches, and they still continue to do it.
Okay, it's
It
always
doesn't stop everybody.
I don't think it's a
guess.
life lesson.
Yeah.
I really don't.
in
Oh,
my
like they'll just make an excuse. Like he sucker punched me. I didn't see it coming. Next time, though. Next time.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've said this before at the show. I really believe this. Like, if you've been in a fight at any point in your life, there was a time.
There was a punching time.
Thank you, because anyone that's been in a fight has gotten their ass kicked. Where you were driving away from that ass kick and going, you know what? I probably shouldn't have done a couple of things back there. I do think it changes the way you react on a regular basis.
I guess it's how you get punched.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been assaulted at work. It wasn't like a high school fight.
It wasn't
Okay.
an
It
argument.
was an adult
was-
trying to steal something,
Yeah.
and I was standing in between it.
No, I was an adult. I couldn't do anything about it.
I couldn't.
My name's Tommy, and I learned to defend myself because I'm a bitch-ass bitch. First rule of Fight Club for Tommy is get punched in the face and fall down
Leave.
because I'm a scared-ass get punched in the head. Little-ass bitch.
Yes, there's a big difference.
Did your brother ever get in a fight as a kid?
I don't think so. I don't ever remember him like getting into like a physical altercation with anybody.
Okay. Do kids still see fights as cool? Because that was cool when we were
I
kids.
don't think it was cool.
Okay, maybe it's a girl
I mean,
thing.
especially because here's the thing. Like I remember, I was almost like embarrassed for the kids that got into fights.
Really?
Yeah, because you didn't look cool. Like you didn't look like a professional when you were fighting. You looked like you were just blindly, like, you don't look as athletic as you think.
That is a
when
great
you get
point.
into a fight.
That is a great point.
Especially when it comes to girl fights. Like, I remember like being embarrassed for the girls, like, because they would just have each other's hair.
Girl fights could get nasty too.
Yeah,
And
because
I
they crab
Yeah.
claw.
Yeah.
Ah!
They bite,
like,
they scratch.
And guys would like fall over and stuff. And I just remember like it looked embarrassing to me more than tough.
Okay, Keith, see that's an interesting difference between boys and girls. In
Because
high
like
school.
in the moment when you're in the fight, you think you look tough and you think it looks a certain way to everybody watching.
It's pretty
it doesn't.
cringy.
It doesn't.
Okay, see,
it's cringy. That's a great way to
It's
put
that
it.
Lee Zeldin moment on stage where everybody's just it's a big pile of khaki pants.
And you're not
Nobody looked up in that situation.
and you think you're saying something cool, you're not.
No, I get what you're saying from the optics of it. However, I guess the difference between like teenage boys and teenage girls, like when there was a fight about to happen, it was the most exciting thing
Oh
in
no,
the
Well, it
world.
always drew a
I'm not
crowd.
arguing it wasn't like you're gonna go watch it.
Yeah, of course. Like
But
you
you
know,
don't-
Thin Lizzie's in your head. Tonight is going to be a jailbreak.
Like you don't want to miss out, but I don't think you looked cool doing it.
I mean, do kids still gather around and watch a fight happening?
Oh yeah. I would gather. If there was a fight at work, I'd go running down the hall to look
oh
at
yeah,
it.
you'd have to.
That makes you both a bad
We all
person.
would. And
Oh, you had to
know
go
it.
look.
I don't think I would want to watch a fight. A fist
We've
fight.
had some incidents.
Yeah, and you stayed in here like a little bitch.
But I did check it out.
Close the soundproof door until it's done. Don't tell me. Guys, is it over? Yeah, I would have went down there and handled business. Thank God the door was closed. All right,
that
so
dude lucked out.
well, okay. One day you grow up.
Yeah.
You don't want to fight anymore.
Right.
You're fighting for your piece of the American pie.
Yeah, all right.
But you know, younger people, and Kimmy knows this, having to buy the house and the pain that
Oh,
it
sure.
was all the year. Piece of the American pie, not easy, not as easy to take a bite of as it used to be.
Oh,
City of Rochester has two problems.
what happened?
One, affordable housing. Two, places where you could put houses, but there's just empty lots. And they've come up with a solution they believe will kill two birds with one stone.
Okay.
It wasn't that long ago that these were not, how do I put this? Desired places to
Maybe
live.
seen a
Oh.
certain way.
Yeah.
Dumps.
Well, no, I don't know. I've never been in one of these before.
Where are they located?
Well, they're located wherever you want them to be located.
Oh.
It's not what you think.
And they're used?
No, you idiot. I'm going to explain the
Nobody
story.
said used.
What I'm getting at is we may be 20 years away from what a dream home looks like now
Yeah.
Yeah.
being a lot different
Okay.
than what a dream home looks like then. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. When you're in a crisis, every idea is a good idea.
Okay.
At least at first, because we are still in the middle of a housing crisis in the greater
Oh,
Rochester
yeah.
area. People need affordable places to live. They do not exist. The city of Rochester is looking to fix that.
Okay.
And just a few years ago, folks would have laughed at the idea of living in one of these. They would have turned their nose up.
My God.
But those same people today may be fighting for the opportunity to have this roof over their head.
How bad we going?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. McDonald's made an announcement yesterday, and people are freaking out.
They're pissed?
No, they're excited.
Oh.
Because this, according to McDonald's, is the most requested menu item that they have taken off their menu. It's coming back. And McDonald's needs this to work.
Okay.
They need it to work
They struggling?
bad. Yeah, all fast food places have been
Yeah.
struggling the last 2 years. That being said, I don't know in the history of restaurants
Yeah.
how many times one food item has turned around the fortunes of that business.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy,
Yep.
City of Rochester has two problems at the same time.
What's the matter?
Problem one, lack of affordable places to live,
Okay.
right? You got people that are looking for a roof and they
Yeah,
can't
it's
find it.
tough.
The second problem, vacant lots in neighborhoods that are not getting filled. It's very hard to build a house just on a lot in between two other houses.
It's abandoned.
Well,
right?
I think some of those lots were houses that burned down or knocked down. something
yeah.
Like
Like
there
they
was
took-
a house there, but there no longer
They
is.
took down a bunch of those zombie houses.
Yes. So it's fun. It's so funny based on age where both of your minds go.
Right.
You go immediately, top city, they abandoned the houses. And Kimmy's right. There are a bunch of reasons why a lot could be
Yeah,
vacant.
but usually it's not good.
Okay. Yeah, of course. When a
Well,
house
yeah.
is there and it's not there
It's definitely
anymore,
not good.
it's not like the house fairy picked it up and put it somewhere nicer. So the city,
Yeah.
dealing with lack of affordable housing and vacant lots, has an idea to kill two birds
What are they going to do?
with one stone. The city's new plan is to fill in some of the vacant lots with modular homes.
A modular home.
Are you familiar with a modular home?
So that's a house that's built off-site and then it's kind of like put together, right?
Oh, no. It's built off site together. It is then fully moved.
Oh, so the whole house gets moved
Yeah.
at once.
You got it.
Dropped
you've,
off.
You've probably seen some of these on like the 90 if you've been driving down, and all of a sudden there's just like
Wide load.
yeah, there's a ranch house driving.
But
down
it's been
the street
assembled
next to you.
someplace else.
Yes, you got
Or
it. So it's-
parts of it, yeah.
Yes, the house is put together. It is put on a truck.
Yeah.
And then it is driven to the spot where the house
And they're
lives.
just going to drop on it.
Yeah,
Drop
and
it on the lot.
It lives there forever.
All
It's
right.
not a mobile home where you can like move those in theory.
Right.
These just stay apparently. And the city has put out feelers asking these companies that make modular homes to make bids on this project. They hope to have this up and running by July 9th.
Oh, it's right around the corner.
You got it. Do we like this idea?
I mean, how good are these houses?
That's a good question.
I mean, they
252
could be crap.
252 WCMF. Are there people listening that live in modular homes? And is there much of a difference between a modular home and like a trailer?
Or like the mini homes that kind of come the same way.
Well, people usually assemble those themselves, don't they?
You can buy them.
The tiny houses?
Yep.
I thought the
You
tiny
can actually buy them, like I think on Home Depot's website, Amazon. Like
I thought those were exclusively built on site.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they're pretty much all assembled.
They almost
and,
look like
and
a
like I said,
shed.
maybe it's pieces that are assembled, but it's for the most part put together before it arrives.
Okay, I want to be clear. No, because I see what your brain is doing because
Yeah.
I know you. A tiny home is different than a
Yes,
modular
yes.
home.
I understand.
I don't think we do.
But they tiny because you cheat.
Okay, see, you're doing it right
you're
now.
tight.
You're doing it right now. Yes.
You want to move to Tight Town?
Tight Town?
Yeah.
A place your mom has never been? Bro, you need affordable places to live.
I know, but they also, you don't want to move into crap.
What do you mean you don't want
It's
to move?
yeah, you don't want to move into a place that's falling apart where you got to fix it.
Okay, but this is a brand new house. This is a brand new house.
Brand new crap breaks.
Oh my god!
I'm saying,
way,
I'm
like
not saying they're crap.
You just said crap.
No, I
you
said
literally
if.
just said crap.
If they are crap.
But you don't know anything about them.
I do not.
Okay.
But it sounds like it's cheaper to build these things and to put them on a lot than to dig a foundation and have the guys come out and build a house.
It
By the way,
maybe-
sometimes like those new builds have problems too. So
Yes.
I guess like what's the
Absolutely.
You
difference?
were building a new house that you had
Yes.
to stop production on.
Yeah.
Well, it's because I had a Sicilian father-in-law that was insane.
There are a lot of things that could go wrong either way.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And by the way, I don't know that there aren't a foundation that they're just putting the house on when they get it there.
So this is mostly for the city that I'm.
This would be
talking
exclusively the city.
All right.
This is a City of Rochester project. Take the vacant lots, build the modular homes, move the modular homes to the vacant lots. Boom, you got affordable
about. But you're
housing.
also putting them in areas that are a little bit
I knew you were going to say this. Not necessarily. A little bit what? I'm sorry.
rough,
Not necessarily.
near crime.
There.
narcotics, prostitution,
There are vacant lots in not great neighborhoods. There are
transportation.
There are vacant lots in neighborhoods that are fine.
I'm sure.
No, shut up.
But just turn a corner, bro.
Shut up. You haven't even.
You're in Danger City.
You're already Danger City.
You're moving into Fear City.
You
bro.
haven't even thought about this, and you're already yelling about what a bad idea.
Well, most
it
of these places that have these places are because the neighborhoods are kind of run down.
Most of these places that have these places,
is run down.
again, yes, there are neighborhoods that
Yeah.
have vacant lots that are bad. There are neighborhoods that are not bad,
Okay.
as to Kimmy's point, because a house burned down or somebody died and
Yeah.
nobody was there to take the house over, so it just went to hell. These things happen.
They do.
There are suburbs that are nice, that have houses that are falling apart with vacant lots.
They do.
Oh, my God. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right. You said a lot of stuff back there.
Yeah.
And now we're going to have to one by one go through all the things you said. Again, the city of Rochester has an idea to kill two birds with one stone. They need affordable homes for people that want to move in the city.
Yeah.
And they have vacant lots that they can't fill. So the plan is modular homes built by builders at a manufacturing area that are then brought to these vacant lots, set up there, and that's where people live.
Manufactured housing.
And the city is asking people who make these modular homes to start bidding on the project. They want to have it up and running by July 9th. 252 WCMF. You said these houses were crap.
I said they could be slapped together.
You said they were crap. Jay grew up in a modular home. We're going to find out.
Modular J
He's on CMF.
with your modular mama
Jay, what's up,
with
buddy?
her tramp stamp.
Morning, guys, and Tommy, I still hate you.
What do you got, Jay?
So I grew up in one of these from like when I was 8 to when I was, 20 at that point.
Okay.
Lasted the whole time. There was never any issues with the build quality. We did have a foundation. Like they came in, they poured a concrete slab, and then they put the house on top of that.
Okay.
And no, it was just a great experience with it because it's small. Like they are small homes, but you can fit a lot on a lot. Like you can fit a lot of these.
You can fit a lot on a lot, buddy.
Put a lot on that lot.
But you got a lot. You got a lot. You got a lot. La, 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 la.
Like I drive past some lots in the city where you could easily fit, 2 or 3 of these homes.
Okay, so
and you wouldn't fit them out.
you think this is a good idea, Jay?
It's a great idea. My
Okay.
wife and I are actually thinking about buying one in a couple of years.
There you go. He's saving up for his modular home. Why are you
Yeah,
laughing
and
at that?
You can pay cash for them. You don't have to, take
How
out
much
a
are they?
40-year mortgage and be stuck with something that you're not happy with. You actually pay for them like Tommy pays for his house.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Kimmy, can you Google what the average
Modular home?
modular home will cost?
I think there's a pretty wide range.
I understand. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get an idea. I'm sorry. All right, so Jay thinks it's a good idea.
Yeah,
Grew up
yeah.
in a modular home.
He grew up in a flimsy home.
Troy, however, disagrees.
Yeah.
He writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. This is the dumbest, all caps, idea from Rochester ever. The city's already slummy, and putting a bunch of modular homes will make a scene from Slumdog Millionaire. It will make the city even worse. For the first time in 32 years, I agree with Tommy. Okay, so again,
But empty lot, not being used.
I'm with you. And
Probably overgrown, I'm guessing.
got that.
Nobody's
Nobody's
taking care of it.
you got that. That creates a
true.
whole
Very
bunch
true.
of other potential issues.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and people need a place to live that they can afford.
Yes.
What's the other option? I mean, if you got a better idea, I'm open to it.
So who owns it? So do you buy these from the city then?
That's a good. I would assume that's how it is.
Because the city must take back the property?
Must be.
Yeah.
Because there's no owner?
And are they charging for the property? Are they just charging for the home?
Oh, yeah, that's a
The
great price. You have to pay for the
installation.
That's
you
a
have to
great
pay for the
price.
lot.
It's a great price that we don't know. But I mean, if you do have to pay for the lot, you're not paying. I mean, you're buying from the city, not from someone who would be marking it up, trying to flip it as a
True.
investor.
True.
Okay, so a basic
Yeah,
modular home,
nice.
which is about 1,500 square feet,
That's nice. huh?
could range from $120,000 to $240,000.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Well,
like I
let's-
said, there's a
that-
wide range.
Well, let's
That
talk.
ain't cheap.
Well, Marlene is kind of with Kimmy here. She's on CMF. Hey, Marlene, how are you?
Hi. So I actually live in Steuben County where there are a lot of modular homes, and they're not that cheap. Once you have to pay for like the foundation, hooking it up to like water, sewer, electric, all of that is like an additional $40,000.
Okay.
So even if you find one that fits your family, we'll say 180,000. Then you have to add the extra 40 to 45,000 just to get it hooked up to utilities, and that does not include the property.
Okay, so let's walk through this, Marlene, because it's more expensive than I think a lot of people thought.
I thought
having
it'd
this
be like
discussion.
$40,000 or $50,000.
But no, trailers aren't even 40 or 50 grand anymore.
When's the last time you think I bought a trailer?
Wow, that's what I'm telling you right now. Marlene.
Well,
Go ahead, I'm
I
sorry.
think a lot of people think that modulars are the same as mobile homes, and they're very different. I
They're an
think a lot of
actual
people,
house.
cross.
No wheel.
Yeah.
An actual house, no wheel. Tommy's starting to get it.
No wheels, no sluts.
All right. All right, but Marlene, let's walk through this. So let's say it costs you $250,000 soup to nuts.
$250,000 to move back into the city.
It's still
That's
cheaper.
Yes, it would cost more to build a house.
Well, this ain't happening because nobody's
I'm gonna say
ponying up
anything
that
Yes, they
under,
money.
will.
like-
Mark, oh man, wave. Kimmy, will people spend $250,000
How many
a
people
house?
are in my neighborhood?
Thank
And
you.
yeah, but you live in a nice neighborhood.
But I'm talking like the entire area.
I don't know.
I don't know if you honestly like. I would think anything like under 200K at this point, you're getting a deal on.
She's right.
Yeah, but you could be in a hood.
Yeah.
It's scary.
You have a nice house.
Thank you, Marlene.
Not
thank,
for long.
Thank you for the call, Marlene. Like again, you don't. The only parts of the city you drive through is to get to work.
Yes.
Shut up. Like you think the 19th ward is scary?
It used to be.
There are really nice parts.
But
of
there are some sketchy areas of the
but
ward.
there's sketchy areas of every town
I
in the
understand.
greater. No, you don't.
It was
no,
a,
you
it,
don't.
it was a blended community.
Oh, a blended community.
Yes.
Wow. Sound like the mayor of Boston in the 60s. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Man, we are split down the middle here because there are folks writing us online saying this is a great idea. We've heard from two people.
That price.
Okay. Dan writes us on Instagram, however, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. It's a Band-Aid issue, won't age well at all, which may be the case. Let's say that is
All
the
right.
case. I don't know. That's it. What other way do you – it's a Band-Aid. What's the better way? What's the better way?
Building an actual house.
Okay, who can afford it?
I don't know who can afford this.
It's
Building a house would still be more expensive. Like,
Yeah.
I know this sounds not as cheap as you thought, but it's still the cheaper option, I guess.
But I thought this were people that were like didn't have a lot of money.
Yes, again, a house for $250,000 is lower than the average price of a home in Monroe
But
County.
you're telling me a cat that lives in a city that makes $50,000 a year.
Okay.
Where's
you
he
could-
getting the money for this?
you
Where's
could
he getting a bank loan for
You
it?
could qualify for a $250,000 mortgage.
You'd have to
on
get
50
like some
years.
kind of like government subsidized loan.
Well, so the city also brings up there are first home buyer programs that'll help
All
you
right,
walk
all right,
through all this
okay.
stuff. Again,
There go my tax dollars.
You don't-
Where's my tax pay for my house?
you don't pay taxes because you don't own a house and you don't live in the city. Like
I don't get a break.
man who does not own a home,
Where's the regular guy gonna get a break?
who
around
has
here?
not bought a house since 1999.
Where do you got a knob around here to get a mortgage?
I'll show you. Why don't you meet me in the bedroom? I got this new kiosk business that
What's
helps
it called?
first-time home buyers
What's it
that live
called?
with their wives' house.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
called
what's it called?
Uncle Pat's Open Your Mouth for a dynamite rate on a mortgage. Tommy Muley only exclusive sauce. 252 WCMF. All right, we got folks sitting on hold here.
Yeah.
We got a pair of Erics.
Okay.
All right. We're going to start with Eric 2. Again, we're talking about the city of Rochester, this idea they have to fill vacant lots with modular homes to create affordable housing.
Yeah.
And again, I get that this is not a perfect idea.
course not.
I guess what I'm asking is if you have a better idea, what is that
Yeah,
idea?
yeah.
You were saying a lot of stuff about modular homes. People are giving you information. You're not listening and still
I'm
just running
listening.
your
Yeah.
mouth. Let's start with the second Eric. Hey,
All right.
Eric 2, how are you, buddy?
Not bad. How are you guys?
Good. Good. What you got?
Modular homes. First thing is they come in behind a truck or a trailer like a mobile home, but then they have to use a crane to take it off the frame and put it onto a basement.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can have modular home can go 2 floors.
Oh, double
Ain't
floor
gotta be
modular
one
home.
floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. They saw, and price is different, but you got to add in the crane and everything else.
We didn't think about the crane.
Tommy's in now that he knows there's a crane.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so Eric, with your experience
You're right.
with modular homes, do you think this is a good or a bad idea?
I think it'd be cheaper to build a house than it is for modulars. Because I went and priced out modulars. 120 is the lowest, and that's like a ranch style with a couple bedrooms.
Okay.
Most are expensive. You're looking at almost $500,000.
Yeah, but I mean,
Buy one.
okay, so I get you're probably not going to build the most expensive modular home. I guess, Eric, like if I'm going
But
to
you're
build
getting something new for 120.
well, building would also be new. I guess his
Yeah.
argument is why not build.
Yeah.
What
but,
is the
but isn't it building more? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's my question.
Yeah.
What's the cheapest, Eric? I can build a 2-3 bedroom home in the city of Rochester right now. And keep in mind, you're not building in a tract where you would have all the space you need to construct. You would have the street there you can't
You're
block
just building one house.
in the middle of everyone else living.
Probably probably a couple 100,000.
Okay, all right. Eric, too, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Let's see if other Eric.
I'm gonna trust somebody who says probably anywhere's between.
Yeah, if you had an S
Yeah.
on the end
I'm
of
like,
that.
yeah, that guy did the math.
Let's talk to first Eric. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So I'd be curious to know if there's a price cap or a square footage cap that the city's looking at putting on these houses for these guys to get bids on. Just because, kind of like the other Eric, I kind of agree. My parents had a modular house built, and they went a little fancier. Theirs was like 1,900 square foot.
High-end modular.
Oh, they're talking about we're like millionaire modular.
Dude, it's stupid. I think you could have built a stick house cheaper than they built that modular. So I'd be curious to know a price differential between a stick built, 1,000 square foot house versus a modular. I'd be very interested to see because I don't know if it's necessarily cheaper.
Okay, but again, how do you build it in just a yard where people are trying to live
And
their
it's
lives
fast.
around
I
it?
would argue it's probably a faster process. I don't know.
Are these homes already made?
I think it is a little bit quicker because they can assemble it like on an assembly line at a plant kind of in a way where walls are pre-built. They can slam them together. And if you got a similar blueprint for most of them, then you can crank them out at the end of the day.
Okay. Eric, so then in that case, do you think this is a good or a bad idea?
I think it's an okay idea.
Okay.
Like I said, I see the numbers run between a stick built and that.
Let me see
how
the
much-
numbers.
He's got to see a stick build number.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to see, stick build numbers. So we'll get back to Eric. Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So there is one thing,
What's that?
a problem that may keep this from even getting off the ground.
Already.
Well,
Whatever.
some of you may be wondering why all of a sudden they are trying this idea because this
Yeah.
has been a problem for years, right? It turns out that there aren't many modular homes in urban areas across America because it's very hard to get them where they have to go.
Oh.
Oh,
Low-
'cause it's tight spaces.
Yes, low bridges, power lines, narrow streets in urban areas.
Oh, you can't drive them up and just
Yeah,
drop
true.
them
Yeah.
off.
Like think of all like that, just the overpasses you have to drive under.
You got it.
Power lines.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah.
yesterday we had a story of a box truck getting stuck under a bridge
Yeah.
in Parrington. I mean,
Yeah, so how would you get it into the city?
you would have to measure out absolutely.
Figure out which roads.
Yeah.
But you may
have
not
to
even
go
be able to
way,
get down
way
the
out of your
road.
way.
And that's just it. That may
Yeah.
disqualify some neighborhoods from even having
Yeah,
these.
older neighborhoods.
Yes,
Right.
based on. Oh, I mean, I don't know if there's a
Tight.
way to get it through unless you bring a
Yeah.
helicopter and just drop it
Oh,
straight
yeah,
down.
yeah, there you go.
You know, I don't know. I already have this vision.
What's that?
If this plan works out, like I could see Berkeley Breen standing next to a non-moving house that can't clear a bridge.
Oh, yeah,
you know
stuck.
what I mean? This house has been stuck here. There's a man living in this house.
And he has to
the
stay
street- You know, I want everyone to think about
What's
before
that?
we move on here. What is the average home going to look like 30 years from now?
Like the new build?
Well, like you've got a lot of home builders putting up standard traditional homes, right? But Kimmy, like you said, those homes can take a
Yeah.
long time to build
Yeah.
and they cost a lot of money.
Sure.
You have a ton of townhomes and apartments going up all over the place, right? And those have become
A lot of townhomes.
yeah, and they've become premium.
Mm-hmm.
And people want them. We found out last year trailer production has boomed over the last couple of years.
Your mobile home parks.
Kimmy brought up tiny homes.
Mm-hmm.
People are buying those. You have folks making homes now out of container ships. That's becoming more common.
Yeah.
The American dream, Tommy, has been a two-story house in the suburbs with a yard for
The
the
white
kids.
picket
Yeah,
fence,
all
yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, yeah. But those are now harder to come by.
And they're expensive to own and maintain.
You got it. Kids that are 20 to 30 right now, are they going to want the least expensive option?
Sounds like it.
Are they going to want the one that requires the least maintenance?
Yeah, they're
Are-
going to want chintzy, small, low
Well,
maintenance.
Well, you know what's interesting to me, and I've noticed this. What?
No,
Chintzy
he's-
small and low
He's
maintenance.
trying to stare me down on his chintzy, small,
I-
low maintenance.
It's going to be
stuff.
it's going to be flimsy town.
Shut up. Don't let me down.
Round flimsy town.
So I've noticed. You know how like there was a time
There was a time, a flimsy time.
where every like sitcom or TV show had somebody working a job with like this big beautiful apartment or house. Like everybody lived in like what we thought I guess was like the standard
Well,
then.
like Friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that shows now aimed at like younger adults, like it's like 5 people sharing one apartment, or it's much more like realistic, I guess.
Yeah, it's more like China.
in terms
5
of like
families living in one apartment.
in terms
Or
of like
America.
Yeah,
The expectation.
Look at she is describing
I know.
what they are writing because it reflects American
Yeah.
society. You go, yeah, like China.
Well, China, a lot
Not
of
like
families gotta
this,
live together.
as it is right now, because I live in my wife's house in Pittsburgh and I'm oblivious.
But I guess like just maybe the expectation for like your daughters growing up may look much different than it did
It doesn't
when
sound
we were
good.
kids and we're like, oh yeah, I could have that, giant 3-bedroom apartment at an affordable price in New York City.
Yeah, and then look,
It's kind of bleak.
you say it's bleak, but here the counterpoint to that is
It's
right.
realistic.
I mean, Kimmy, there were those McMansions that people were buying up when we were in high school.
Oh, yeah.
The housing crisis of '08 emptied those.
Yeah.
Right? Like that was the dream house to have for a little while. I
Right.
want that 2-story, big looking, cool
Yeah.
brick facade, whatever, right? Those are expensive to maintain.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them weren't built well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like you're getting them now as they're falling apart.
Exactly.
So like if I'm in the housing market looking to buy one of those homes in the 90s, early 2000s, like I don't know how well they're holding up.
So your argument is it's a bleak future. I would argue if things are made more simple, maybe it makes life easier for people to get their
Yeah, but
hands
you
on
got
this
to
stuff.
cram into these little boxes.
People aren't having as many kids. They're waiting to have them till later.
right.
I mean, maybe it's not as tight as
And
you
you
think.
and
Okay.
you may just look at it better than an apartment. Yeah. I got a lawn now.
I mean, again, when you put it like that, it does sound bleak.
Yeah. When you raise your voice at the end, it's a house.
But again, you lived in a McMansion
It's a big mansion.
with empty rooms that you couldn't afford. You had to take out a second mortgage.
That was for drinking.
All right, let's take a break. McDonald's fans are pumped, and McDonald's needs this to work.
Oh.
Because they, along with
They're
other
in that
fast
bad of shape.
a lot of restaurants, fast food restaurants. I don't think they're like shut down tomorrow
Yeah,
in
I
bad
know.
shape, right? But it's not going as well as
Yeah.
things were. What's interesting is I can't think of a single menu item
Yeah.
that changed the fortunes of a restaurant.
Oh, it's
maybe one, maybe
All right,
one.
all right.
And we'll get into it. Tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. This is legit big news, Tommy.
What happened?
I mean, it's a little bit of a nostalgia blast. This was big when Kimmy and I were younger.
Mm-hmm.
And let me put it this way. When I was on Foreign Soil
Portal?
and I thought they had this, I ran into a McDonald's to try and buy it. It was different. That being said,
Yeah.
this would have to be unbelievably successful to reverse the fortunes of McDonald's and other fast food restaurants. Because I think there's only like one, maybe two
Yeah.
food products you could argue changed
We're saved.
a business plan
Oh.
for a restaurant. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday, they made the announcement.
What are they doing?
Oh, by the way, Hate Mail of the Week coming up in just a little while here on CMF. McDonald's has given us a date for the return of the snack wrap.
The snack wrap.
The snack wrap. Are you familiar with snack wrap?
No.
It's a wrap, snack size.
Yeah.
Is there a snack inside
There
the
is a
wrap?
snack inside the wrap. It's chicken
It's usually
rolled up
crispy
in
chicken.
Yeah, like a tortilla.
Oh,
And
so it's
then-
like a wrap. Just a
No,
standard
like
wrap.
got like lettuce and cheese or something.
What's a wrap? It's like a wrap. Well, tell me about it.
Well, what makes it a snack? It's just small.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's like a grab and go kind of
Okay.
meal.
It sounds delicious.
They announced yesterday the snack wrap will return July 10th.
Okay.
July 10th. And McDonald's is making a huge deal about this. They say the snack wrap has been for years their most requested menu item that is not on the menu. And they are hoping that it can turn around their recent luck as people are now skipping out on fast food and eating more stuff at home.
Oh, yeah. Home cooking.
Making more stuff. So, by the way, there are 2 snack wrap flavors that will be returning.
All right.
You will have the ranch snack wrap,
Ooh, everything's
That's a
better
good
with
one.
ranch.
ranch sauce, hints of garlic and onion.
Sounds delicious.
And then you will also have the spicy snack. It's described as bringing the heat with a habanero kick. And they say that it's about the same spice as the spicy McChicken.
Are there chicken in both of these?
Yeah, fried chicken.
Okay.
It's
All
chicken
right.
the whole time. Fried chicken pieces.
Sounds good.
Okay. Does this save McDonald's?
I don't think it saves McDonald's.
Not that they're going out of business, obviously, but they've had their numbers are down along with every other
Yeah.
fast food restaurant.
I could be wrong, but wasn't the snack wrap also part of like the value menu at the time?
It was, yes.
So I think that was also part of the draw to the snack wrap.
Okay.
Is you'd buy like a couple snack wraps and save money. If it's like a higher priced snack wrap, I wonder how many people are going to be all about it.
Because there's other companies that do this. Like Dunkin' has one of those little mini wraps you could buy.
It's a different wrap. I mean, look,
But it's a wrap.
it's a great snack wrap. No, it's don't talk food. Don't try. And
You know, I was a big Dunkin' representative for many years
I understand.
before they let me go.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it-
but
to
when
a
it
certain
comes to
extent.
And valid.
snacks in general, I'm going to say you're probably not the go-to.
Right.
yeah.
You only have snacks of the past, not the present.
Snack past.
Snacks in the past sounds like a Hallmark movie. No, I mean, look, I will say this.
I mean, would you make a special trip for that? I wouldn't.
Bro, I just told you.
Like if I'm
You
a,
might be more likely to stop if
But if
you
I'm
could
a-
do like I said, it's a really easy road food.
but that's what McDonald's is. Totally, it's all easy road
Nah,
food.
you
That's
can't
its,
do,
that's
like-
its concept.
You can't be dunking nuggets in the car and stuff
She's
like
right.
that.
No, but you could eat a burger and fries in a car. That was their whole
Okay, look,
concept.
I'm not going to have this argument with you because I'm just going to start yelling. I'll put it this way.
Where's those-
All right, well, first of all, Evan writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF.
I don't want to hear from Evan unless he's a fat boy.
Let me see here.
Is he fat?
He's not fat, but he's young, so he may have a fast
All right.
metabolism. He could be getting
Okay.
fat soon, and I bet he will because he says, I'm buying 10 of them the first day they
10?
come out. I'm telling you, they have this cult.
Yeah.
I guess. I
People
never
really-
even heard of him.
People really miss it.
When I was in London,
Wait, you went to London?
I did go to London for that.
Ooh, Johnny, ooh, I'm foreign boy.
We were walking down the street.
Yeah.
Or like we're doing like touristy stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a McDonald's there in London. And it said snack wrap in the window. And I stopped what we were doing. We're stopping. And I went in and I bought a snack wrap. Not the same. It was like a different meal.
Well, it may
Probably
be
no
different.
ranch.
Yeah, 'cause they don't have ranch dressing.
Shut up. Shut up.
In the
yes,
UK.
they invented ranch dressing in the UK.
No, they didn't.
You did. It's a UK invention.
Is it really?
Yes, yeah. Sir Ranch of Wellington. It's his batch. They used to call it ranch batch. They just shortened it because it affected sales everywhere except your mom's house. Nice try. Did you get there a little faster, Mr. Sleepyhead? 252. Will you Google where ranch was invented?
I just looked. Okay,
It's American.
So, ranch dressing was invented in
Valley.
the early 1950s by Stephen Henson in Nebraska.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Is that
He
that's
was
like,
he was working as a plumbing contractor.
where did he get the sauce?
Idea.
That may be a weird thing that you could have left out of there.
How about that? Finally, Nebraska's responsible for something.
Okay.
Okay, so as the snack wrap comes back, with McDonald's hoping this will like reverse their downward
Yeah.
trend, Can you guys think of a single fast food item that put a restaurant like back on the map? Like just one item where everyone's like, I got to go there, and it blew the place up.
Because I remember Arby's was down for years. And then they came. I thought Arby's had a comeback.
Big Montana, is that what we're talking about here? Because that was a great sandwich.
Maybe. I thought it was like that multiple sandwich deal that they came, but that was like
Oh,
multiple.
the 5 for 5, but
Yeah.
it's the same
I
sandwich.
take
Yeah.
back the ranch facts.
Oh, what do we
He
got?
was from Nebraska,
But
invented it in California.
Hidden Valley, buddy.
Hidden Valley.
Yeah, that dude
Ah.
got rich.
Okay. Were you getting excited about Hidden Valley, or did you have a food that you wanted to tell me that changed the
No,
fortunes
I
of
was just really
fast food
excited about my Hidden Valley facts.
restaurants? Okay. I get it.
I was reading. Sorry.
Okay, there's one I can think of
What was that?
that may have blown a restaurant back up again. Popeyes and their chicken sandwich.
Okay.
Yeah.
They-
Well, that was like during like the chicken sandwich wars.
But they started the chicken sandwich
They
wars
did.
with their dynamite chicken sandwich. Like, you couldn't get a chicken sandwich at Popeyes. Like, that's how
No.
big it got.
Oh.
But, like, outside of the chicken sandwich
I
at
didn't know that
Popeyes,
one, yeah.
252 WC, what do you mean? We talked about it, like, multiple times.
You talk a lot of chicken on
they were
your
running
show,
out
bro.
of sandwiches.
Yeah, you could.
You're a big chicken mouth.
I'm a huge chicken mouth.
Yes.
I mean, could you make an argument, Kimmy, Pizza Hut with the stuffed crust pizza? Like, that was revolutionary when we were kids.
But I don't think
Yeah.
it saved them.
Well,
did it?
I'm saying, like, it blew
No,
up
but you
Pizza Hut.
knew Pizza Hut for their stuffed
Stuffed crust?
And
Yeah.
every
Alright.
kid wanted to go to
Yeah.
Pizza Hut to get the stuffed
Yeah.
crust. Can you guys think? I can't think of another, like, singular.
food invention.
I mean, other than, like, the Big Mac at McDonald's 60 years, 70 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, what other foods are there? You got Taco Bell.
Yeah, and I can't think of, like, oh, my God.
Like something unique that
yeah.
they have.
Wow, they have it, and I have to go
Well,
have it.
Taco Bell's been just bringing out new stuff constantly anyway.
Yeah. It kind of gets hard to follow. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because right now, don't they have like chicken nuggets
Yeah,
right
we
now?
talked
And
about- yeah.
They have everything.
yeah. But it is a strange combo.
Because, like, McDonald's is, like, a more traditional fast food restaurant where, like, if they do something new, you're going to hear about it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they've missed. They had the McPizza. It didn't work.
Yeah.
They had the McPasta. That didn't work. Remember? What was
The
the other one?
salad lineup. They had the
McBLT.
McBLT. Yeah.
Well, I
Ah!
remember another one that was popular. Maybe they still have it. Do they still have the pancakes?
Yeah, they still got the
The
pancakes.
dippable pancakes?
I don't know if they're dippable. No, you had the breakfast. That's what
Oh,
I'm
I'm
talking
thinking.
Yeah, they
I'm
had,
sorry,
like, regular
not
pancakes.
the pancakes. It was like French toast sticks.
I haven't seen those in a while.
Okay.
I miss the McDonald's Big Breakfast. I haven't had one of those in forever. And when I was a kid, it brought me so much joy.
It was called a Big Breakfast.
You don't remember the Big Breakfast? It was pancakes, eggs, a hash brown, sausage,
God damn.
hot syrup, a pat of butter.
Wait, and butter.
Yeah, and butter. It's like the worst thing you can.
It has to be the highest amount of calories you could consume
It's obscene.
on one order.
It is. Kimmy, will you Google what the hell? Because I don't even see anyone like order it anymore.
Yeah, because they all passed away.
But they're
Like,
still
does the
selling.
what was it called?
I
the
think it's called-
angina.
It's called the Big McDonald's Big
The
Breakfast.
big stopper.
It was
The
so,
clogger.
There was something like I don't. I'm a pancake snob, but there was something
Yeah.
about those pancakes from McDonald's. Like they were very unique, and the way they mixed with the eggs.
Because I remember they had
the
like
Big
a
Breakfast is still available.
Okay, can you give me the nutrition facts on the Big
Oh,
Breakfast?
okay. You asked for
roll
it.
those numbers. What do you think the calories are?
I'm gonna say it's over 2,000.
You think just a meal?
I'm gonna say that meal is over 2,000.
All right.
It has to be, man.
I was
It's-
going to go around 13
Wait
to
a
1,500.
It's too delicious and
This
too big.
can't be right.
What do you got?
It's that high.
760 calories.
No, there's no way. They
Okay.
must have changed it.
Warm biscuit, fluffy scrambled eggs.
Oh, I forgot about the biscuit.
McDonald's sausage and crispy golden hash browns. So no pancakes.
There are pancakes in
That's
there.
only 700 calories?
There's some pancakes.
Maybe you can swap out the biscuit for the pancakes.
No, because I remember getting a biscuit with my pancakes. What the hell happened? Did they get rid of the
I
pancakes?
don't
they
know.
shrunk
'cause
it down.
there's pancakes in the picture. It looks like.
Are they not included? Do pancakes not count as calories?
Not included.
By the way, Elijah.
Okay, this other thing is giving me 1,300.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you nailed it. Look at
All
that.
right.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, this one has a pancake, so that makes sense. The hot
Yeah.
cakes.
And
Okay.
butter.
All right, yeah. 1,300's not that bad.
Okay.
I can
For
handle
one meal.
Oh,
But
shut
there's a lot
up.
in that meal.
You only get 2,000 for the day.
Okay,
You-
so
but-
according to McDonald's website, thank you, Stephanie, for sending us, it's with the hash brown, 1,340 calories.
Okay.
That's from Heavy Stephanie.
She is not heavy.
Bro, she got that. She got those stats pretty quick. She heavy.
I'm looking at her right now. She must be running these pancakes
trim?
off, man. Can we not talk about women's bodies? You do this all the time. Hey, here's a listener that wrote us something. What does she look like? And he rubs his hands together. Creepy old man. All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, hate time.
Yeah,
buddy.
we're probably getting something from Stephanie after that
Okay.
discussion. Normally, our hate mail of the week come from a specific discussion we've had, right? Like they didn't like what we said about X. This is not one of those letters because this person just doesn't like us. But like we didn't offend them, Kimmy. Like there's nothing specifically in the letter where they're like, I heard them say this and I don't like it. Mm-hmm. They just think we're bad at our job.
Okay.
And they wrote our.
Well, they kind of said they don't like it.
Okay.
A little bit.
Well,
I mean, it was kind of insulting.
You're gonna hear the letter.
Okay.
You're gonna hear the letter.
And they wrote it to our boss.
They
right?
wrote it to our boss's boss,
Right.
our general manager. But there's a reason we got it.
Yeah.
And no matter how good you are at your job, every once in a while, someone will look you in the face and tell you, you suck.
Oh, yeah.
You suck at this
It
job.
happens.
And there are ways to handle it. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Everyone has an opinion, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
More specifically, they have an opinion on how you do your job.
Mm-hmm.
And most people think when they get up and they go to work every day, they're nailing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at very minimum, you are doing what you have to do.
Well, I'm not fired.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But some folks would disagree.
What happened?
And it's when they want to let you know.
Oh, boy.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It is time for Hate Mail of the Week. And normally around this time, we read you a letter that somebody wrote about a problem they had with a specific discussion
Yeah.
that happened in the past in the break room. But this week is different.
Yeah.
You see, we're well aware that this show is not for everyone,
Sure.
right? In fact, this show might just be for the three of us in the room.
Mm.
Anyone that wants to listen, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah,
right?
knock yourself out.
And I think our motto on this show ever since we started is we totally understand if people don't get what we do.
Mm.
And we're not one to hold it against someone if they listen to us or don't like it or don't get it, right? Very easy to just change the station.
Absolutely.
In fact, we recommend you do that now. There's plenty of other quality programming.
Not really.
That being said, some people don't understand that idea.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not just with our job. There is an entitlement, Tommy, that I don't like what you do, whatever your line of work is, so you either have to make specifically me happy,
Just for you.
yes, or you need to be gone.
Get out.
And that is the subject of the letter we have this week. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
This letter was supposed to go to our general manager. That's like our boss's boss.
Yeah, top boss.
She is the one whose name is on the, like, when they open up the letter, it's addressed to her.
Yeah.
But the letter was sent to break room management on the envelope,
Okay.
so we got it. And I don't think she's well, she wouldn't be aware, Kimmy, that this letter came because we opened it.
Yeah. We
So,
got it.
Yeah.
If she's listening, this will be the first time she hears it. We're
Probably
probably
not,
fine.
though.
Yeah, we're probably good. All right. Actual physical letters sent through the mail. This one wanting us actually gone. And it was a man who wrote this letter, but performing the role of a man today.
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Well, he's got the outfit.
Sit back and enjoy today's
Henley Kimmy.
Hate Mail of the Week.
Dear, I've sent several emails and submissions through your website with no response, so I hope this letter finds the person who needs to see it. Your morning show on WCMF, The Break Room, is a waste of the airwaves that you have on your station. They're crude, they're inappropriate, and they are not compelling. I've given the show a chance because I am a big fan of classic rock and assumed because you are a classic rock station that there would be more music. I would much rather hear music in the morning than the ramblings of intelligent people who think they're getting ratings by saying controversial things that are meant to shock idiots who don't know how the world works. Having listened to your station and given the show a chance, I am certain that the ratings they get are not good. So I ask, why are they still on the air? Is it because you are friends with them and don't have it in you to fire them? Is it because you're not paying attention to what's happening on your radio station? Well, let this be a wake-up call. You have a responsibility to put the most entertaining programming possible, and with what you have now, you're failing. I've included my phone number if you want to chat one-on-one, and if you do, change course and are looking for fresh ideas. I do have college radio experience and a degree in the field. Thank you for your time, Mark.
Mark is very disappointed in us.
Mark
Yeah.
is, and he's got a college degree in college radio. So
Well, he's got it in the field.
yeah, I
in the
kick
field.
around some ideas for you.
Okay. Like, it's so funny. Like, they could be doing so much better. They're not even applying themselves. It's like every conversation I have with a teacher in high school.
Yeah, it's like a guidance counselor.
Yeah, it's almost disappointment.
Yeah. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
A little mad.
Yeah.
A little mad.
So Mark doesn't like us.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
All right.
It is a little weird that he reached out in so many different ways to convince our bosses.
Yeah, he was really trying.
Yeah, he just wants us off the air,
Yeah.
right? And it's not like, Tommy, he cites a specific thing we said.
No, it was more. He was disappointed that we didn't. First of all, no classic rock.
Nope, no, that's not there.
And rambling filth.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just hates everything about us.
Yeah, he sounds like a guy that's very wrapped too tight.
Yeah, he also might be looking for a job there, too.
Well, he did put, "Hey, I'm available."
But this letter is less about us
Yeah.
and more about a strange phenomenon that might be happening more and more as
Really?
the stress of society continues to rise.
Mm.
People who will look you in the face
Yeah.
and tell you that you are bad at your job.
You suck.
Yes, not your boss, not your coworker, but someone who has no idea how your job works.
I shouldn't even be concerned that I suck.
You got it, but this is what I think about you and the work that you're doing, and guess what? It's not good.
I could do your job better.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Phone number is 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Because, we have a unique job where this happens on a semi-regular basis to us.
Yes.
For everybody else, when somebody looks you in the face and tells you, you suck at your job, you are not good at your job, how are you supposed to react?
You don't.
You don't react at all.
Well, I've had, as you know, I've been out and about where people have put a finger in my face
Yeah.
and called me terrible crap.
Well, yeah, but again, all of them make valid, compelling points.
But you don't react to it.
Okay.
You thank them.
What you do, Kimmy, you give them the opposite of what you think you want. Man, you blew their mind.
Thank you for your criticism.
So the
your
last time I got
advice.
lit up, I was at a party.
Yeah.
I was getting lit up pretty
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
in front of people I didn't know.
Okay.
And I just told them, thanks for listening.
But-
and it pissed them off.
And then you did this, Kimmy.
Smugly thank them. That's different than actually thanking them.
Well, where do they
you
go
were
with
just
it?
being a dick.
If they're lighting you up and it's none concern of theirs,
Yeah.
just tell them, hey, man, thanks for listening.
I played above the noise, man. Wolves don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. Man!
It shuts them down.
Two kinds of people in this world, wolves and sheep, and I'm going to show you my teeth. Man! You
know I'm right.
You sound like every grandpa's Facebook meme page.
Hold on.
You love me so much you can't stay away.
Well, think about it. If I'm doing
Yeah,
this
they're paying
gig
a lot of
that is
attention.
pissing you off that much, I got to be doing something right.
No,
to
actually, you're
piss
doing
you off. No, I am because it's motivating. Like you shouldn't care. Like if you're not invested in this show, you don't own this show.
Okay.
And you hate
Yeah,
me
but we
that
bitch about
much.
things that we don't really care about or it doesn't affect us, but we like to bitch about.
But you
That's
wouldn't
what
go.
the
but
whole
you,
show is.
But you wouldn't go to that person's face.
No, but
You
we're
wouldn't go out of your
cowards.
way. But
We are cowards, though.
Right.
You know.
but you wouldn't go out of your way to say, "Hey, you suck,"
No.
because it doesn't bother you that much.
Okay. All right. Well, you're also an arrogant prick who
Yeah,
always
like I
thinks
think
he's
it
nailing
would
it.
bother most
What do you mean?
people to an extent. No.
I mean,
Like,
Kimmy,
even if you didn't really think that person had a leg to stand on, I think like it would chip away at you a little bit.
I mean, is it appropriate? Is it appropriate, Kimmy, when somebody looks you in the face and tells you suck at your job to get mad? Is that an appropriate thing?
That's
to
what
do?
they want.
Yeah,
You're not
I
Kimmy.
I understand that's what they want.
Don't
and
give it
even
to
if
'em.
you
Don't
tell
feed 'em.
yourself, even if you tell yourself and you play it cool and you don't act mad, I think it's okay to be a little upset that this person thinks that they could just tell you what to do.
I mean, look, to Tommy's point, Kimmy, you're right. He's right. Getting mad is actually
No.
bad for you. It is
Yeah.
a waste of your time.
It is.
It's not going
It
to
is.
change
And
their
then you look
opinion.
like them.
It is, but I think that it's hard to tell yourself not to get mad. It's hard to control that feeling.
Okay. No, so your idea is to either ignore them or be like, hey, yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for coming in to my store.
And
or
by the way,
thanks for using me as a garbage man.
It bothered you enough that you came in and told us about it.
Yeah, it was a good story.
It wasn't. It
When
was
I
a
shut it
story.
down, man.
It was a story, but I think it bugged you a little bit.
Oh. So here's where the potential
Nothing
catch
bothers me, man.
sheep, wolves, etc. Here's where the potential catch-22.
What's the matter?
What if they have a point? Because they're watching you from the outside.
All right, I mean, are they constructive criticism?
No. Not that the criticism be constructive, but I mean, even if they tell you suck and it's not constructive, they could still have a point. Like this person is watching you do your job from the outside. That person may have no idea what they're talking about, but they also may have some good points that you don't want to listen to. Like it's one thing for you to be like, yeah, thank him, man, and don't give him the time of day. But it may also be dumb to completely
ignore
dismiss this
all-
person.
It depends what the criticism is. If you're telling me you got a foul mouth, you say disgusting things,
Okay.
I'm not going to change that.
So again, you're
It's how I eat.
You're just dismissing the
Right.
criticism.
It's how I eat.
Okay.
I what am I supposed to do with your criticism? Change the act so I can starve?
No, I get
I'm worth tens, baby.
Let's change it to you cutting.
I got a roll of nickels I haven't even touched in 10 years.
Let's change it to you cutting meat.
Yeah.
Because with this job, hey, man, you can make the argument even though you're wrong. I'm here to shock, man. I'm
Not shock,
I'm a shock jack. Tommy Mune, shock jack. Here comes the gimp. 7:30 every Tuesday. You're cutting meat.
Yeah.
Guy walks up to you. This meat sucks. You're
Yeah.
terrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You completely dismiss that guy.
No, I will take that meat into the back room and make the proper adjustments with my ass and then present it to him again. Yeah, that might bother me.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this guy, Mark. He writes us a letter. Doesn't regard anything we've discussed on the show. He just thinks we suck. And he wrote this letter, tried to get it to our general manager, our boss's boss, asking this person to take us off the air. And then he drops in that he has a job. He has experience in the field. There's another weird side-by-side here.
What's that?
It's easy to hear Mark's letter and think of someone that's told you you're no good at your job and how dumb they were.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, we've all come across people in every walk of life
Yeah.
that we think suck at their job.
Okay.
We don't know how their job works. Does that mean we're idiots?
So I'm judging that person even though I don't know.
We don't know what they do.
We've all done it.
On a day-to-day
There are plenty
basis.
of jobs that someone, you've looked at them, you've never had that job, you don't have the education, the experience.
We do that to people we've worked with.
Yeah.
So,
But let's say you go to a restaurant and the food sucks.
Yeah.
You're no chef, but you know it's good and bad.
okay.
And you go, man, that food sucked.
Okay, you think you know it's good and bad or
Well-
bad, but like that food may be like too fancy for you. You may not have the palate for that food.
Oh,
so
you ain't got,
Never
you got
happened.
You got a sheep's palate, bro.
Yeah, so, like,
wolves do not concern
I guess-
themselves with the palates of sheep.
So if I go to like some high-end place and I am not familiar with the food, but it doesn't taste good to me, that doesn't mean that the chef's bad at their job. I just might not really know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
All right, so
here.
let's say you get a basic meal
Okay.
and it doesn't taste right, or it's cold, or it's too hot.
Okay.
Well, some people prefer it cold, Tommy.
Or hot.
Nobody wants cold eggs.
Okay.
Who wants cold eggs?
Eskimos?
No, they still want to eat.
No, they like everything cold.
How do they fry them?
The point I'm getting at is they eat them raw. The point I'm getting at, there's like Rocky. That's
You should not do that.
where Rocky got
You get
that from.
salmonella.
Yeah, no, that's where he got it from. Inuit people. The point I'm making is this. You bring up the restaurant.
Right.
Perfect example.
I'm not a chef.
This chef sucks. Mark, although he has, quote, college radio experience, is not a professional.
Yeah.
But he knows what he thinks sounds good to him.
All right, to his ears.
Yeah, this does not sound good to him. What we are doing does not sound good. He's an idiot. But you having an opinion on the chef or the garbage man or whatever.
But eggs being cold isn't an opinion.
Okay.
It's a fact.
All right, let me do this.
He doesn't like vulgar entertainment. That's his taste.
Okay.
We're not his taste. Doesn't mean we suck at our job.
You get mad sometimes at certain construction people because they're not doing the job the way you think they should do it.
Yes.
That's an opinion.
Yes.
Does that make you an idiot?
Yes.
Oh, now you're an idiot. Okay.
I'm an idiot every time I walk in this room, according to you two.
I find it weird.
What?
Like, you don't get sensitive about anything. I'm sensing some sensitivity here.
Sensitivity.
No, in all seriousness, like, "Wait, you're not going to tell me how to do my job. This is how I do it. He's like, Kimmy, it's almost like, I'm too smart for you. You don't even realize what
You don't
I'm
get it,
doing.
man.
I'm the most base human being that ever exists in the world, but I'm playing you like a fiddle. Man! Sheep wolves! I'm not a sheep! Like, I mean, if this guy's an idiot
Yeah.
for criticizing us despite not being in our business, we are all idiots for having even a thought that this person doesn't know how to do their job when we're not in their field. I mean, it's just a simple math.
So we should never have an opinion.
I don't know. That's the question. It is a weird catch-22. If we can't listen to what he says, then anything we say about anybody else in the job they do is invalid.
Okay.
No?
All right.
You
So
don't
I-
believe me?
Well, no, because I think it's apples and oranges.
Okay.
Like, I don't like certain types of music. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean they're not good musicians. They're not something I like.
You sit here and say musicians for music you don't like suck, and you'll give 10 reasons why that musician sucks.
It's
I'll
not
just do a little
music.
joke.
It's a jokey over
I'm
here.
just horsing around.
Jokey. You know, the other weird thing that happened in this letter from Mark, and you see this
Mark's a douche.
in other jobs as well. Oh, don't give him the satisfaction, man. Just tell him you're welcome. So he writes and he tells our boss we suck.
Yeah.
He tells our boss she sucks at her job. In fact, quote from the letter, I ask why they're still on the air. Is it because you are friends with them and don't have it in you to fire them? Is it because you're not paying attention to what is happening at your radio station? And then after he insults us,
Yes.
the station, and the job of our boss's boss, he writes, quote, I've included my phone number if you want to chat one-on-one. If you do change course and are looking for fresh ideas, I do have college radio experience and a degree in the field.
That's where all the good, fresh ideas come from.
You suck.
State college.
But he writes, Tommy,
Yeah.
you suck, your show sucks, your station sucks. I'd like
You
a
don't know how,
job.
yeah, lady, you don't know how to do your job as the boss.
Can I please have a job,
Yes.
please? What?
That should get you in.
Has that ever worked?
No.
In the history of trying to get a
Telling
job?
the boss you're doing it wrong.
Yes, here's why everything you do is terrible. Keep in mind, this letter came completely unsolicited.
Right.
Like, it's not like she asked his opinion.
Yeah.
Our boss's boss, right?
Is that an application?
Like, even if you sat down in a job interview that was going well.
Yeah.
And the person across from you asked, what would you change around here? You have to be super careful.
Yes, you do.
You say too many things, you're not getting the job.
All right.
But Mark wants to know how much you suck. Also, I would like to be your employee, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Look, man.
Yeah.
Don't let Mark get to you, because Mark got to you.
I don't think so.
He definitely got to you.
Prick. He's just a prick.
Oh, he is a prick. That's fine.
Oh, mean.
You're giving him what he wants. He's probably listening right now. I knew it. Turns out Tommy was a sheep the whole time. And Mark is the wolf with the big sharp teeth eating cold eggs. All right, let's take a break. There's an issue on the west side.
Of course.
But it's
What's
not,
missing now?
It's not just an issue on the west side.
Right.
Kimmy, it's remarkable that this could be closed with, it looks like, nothing being done on it for as long as it has been. Because there was a time.
There was a time.
Where something, in this country, where something broke, you fix it as fast as you could,
Well, yeah.
and you got back to regular business. But apparently, we no longer live in that era because there are roads and bridges that just never open again.
So it's just
This
closed?
bridge is just done now.
Did you see this story?
Is it no longer a bridge?
Maybe.
Now it's
Unless
garbage.
this is a different one I'm thinking of.
We'll get into it
All right.
next here in the break room on CMF. this solution is better than the alternative.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want to be on a bridge when it collapses.
No, you don't.
That being said, this isn't really a solution because our entire lives, Tommy, we've kind of been led to believe when something on the road isn't working, it gets fixed.
But built America.
Yeah, but it turns out there are a few places in our area where that just hasn't happened. And it doesn't seem that there's even a plan to, like, get them up and running again.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Folks in Ogden are really pissed off.
What happened?
In December of 2023, the bridge on Gillette Road was closed after an inspection revealed structural concerns.
It's a little wobbly.
And this has become a big issue in the greater Rochester
Oh, yeah,
area.
yeah.
Folks
Rotten bridges.
Yep, folks are nervous about it. So the folks who live there, when they shut it down, just assumed they shut it down so they could fix it. And folks who live there waited, and they waited, and they're still waiting.
Do they know who is supposed to fix a bridge?
Yes.
Because that gets a little sketchy
Yes,
sometimes.
and we'll get to that in a second. More than 500 days after they closed the bridge,
500.
Yeah.
it's still shut down.
They ain't done nothing.
Unusable.
So I wonder how they closed it off. Like,
There-
is it just
there's a barricade, and it
it's-
says road closed.
Okay.
Yeah, bridge
That's
out.
it. Yes,
All right.
you got it. So it also seems there is no plan in sight to
Oh.
fix it because you asked who is
Yeah.
responsible for it. It's CSX.
The railroad.
Is that a railroad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So they own it, meaning the state, town, county, they can't do anything about
So
it.
it's privately owned by a company.
Yes. And CSX put out some non-answer statement about when things will get done.
We don't
Okay.
live in Ogden.
So meanwhile, the people who live there are furious.
Yeah.
First responders are saying not having the bridge there is making response times to certain places longer.
You got to go around.
Yep, making it more dangerous for people having emergencies. And again, it doesn't seem there is anything that anyone can do about it.
I guess you could sue the company, right?
Okay, who's going to sue them? The town?
Yeah.
Village of Ogden? Do you think they got a whole bunch of money to just go sue a giant railroad company? You can just not fix a bridge?
I guess if it's privately owned.
Okay, but like for how long, though? You could just not fix it?
Yeah, because you couldn't let your house be completely dilapidated. They would make you. They would seize it.
Yeah, right.
I wonder if the state could seize it because they don't take care of it.
Okay, but it's not. I mean, it's a local road, and this is where it gets complicated: state roads, local roads,
Right.
privately owned roads, all this stuff. Because it's not like Ogden is a ghost town. There are plenty of people living,
yeah.
working in Ogden, and this bridge isn't even the busiest road that is also in this situation.
Yeah.
Because like 2 months ago, we found out the 490 East on ramp across from the Strong Museum of Play
Yeah.
was shut down for structural concerns as well, and that's been closed for over a year.
Yeah.
And there is no word on when that is going to be repaired and reopened.
Well, they get into it.
That's an on-ramp in the heart
Yeah.
of an American downtown connected to the main artery of a community across the street from our biggest tourist attraction. And they just closed it
Yeah,
with
for a
no
while.
plan. Are there more places like this in the greater Rochester area that we don't know about?
Well, you kind of know about it because there'd be signs.
We didn't know about it in Ogden until just
Well,
now.
I don't
Yeah.
go to Ogden.
Well, that's what I mean.
Well,
we
and I
don't
guess
know
that,
about
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
You and me, Kimmy,
Don't
and
know.
Josh Allen Cardboard cutout over there.
it definitely complicates things if it's not something that the town can touch or the city can touch because, yeah, like what do you do about
Or they're
it?
tapped out.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
they don't have the money for it.
Okay, but like CSX, what,
Right,
you're
but I
tell-
mean,
you're
but they
private,
don't even own it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're private business.
But they don't run. It's a railroad company, and this isn't a railroad bridge, right? It's a.
Well, does
It may go over the railroad?
Does it go
Oh.
under?
I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean,
Over,
they own
under.
it for some
I
reason.
mean, was it a railroad? Then they turned it into a regular road.
What do I look like?
I don't know.
What do I look like? Lewis and Clark? Yeah, let me pull up my map to let you know where the
But they
railroad
don't.
was.
But they're not going to spend money.
Okay, well, you kind of have to because, like, again, like this road is part of a community.
No, I said like they're not running their railroads. Oh, they're not running their trains over. So what do they care? They're doing a railroad.
No, I'm saying, but like it's a road that's part of a community, so like like there should be like a rule that says.
I mean, it should be yes.
yeah, like, I don't know. It's kind of like a massive oversight, in my
Yeah.
humble opinion, right?
Yeah.
Not that.
This
Not
is
that.
why we shouldn't privatize roads.
Great call. Great call. But I mean, I guess not that anyone like 50, 60 years ago could have seen
No.
something like this coming. And we are in a weird catch-22
What was that?
because obviously you want dangerous roads, bridges, on-ramps shut down.
Yeah.
God forbid there is some terrible
It's
event.
common sense.
Yeah. So good on you for keeping us from using it. But at the same time, like we've been saying, kind of need to use this stuff.
Yes, you do.
And how long does it take to come up with a plan?
To fix a bridge.
I mean, is the issue lack of money? Is the issue lack of manpower to get it done? Because that could also be a problem.
Well, as I was saying, people coming up short, either with money or people.
Yeah. But I mean, what excuse could people possibly hear where you'd go, oh, now I understand why this bridge has been closed for 500 days?
Because there's no plan. They probably weren't going to do anything with it. Just abandon
You can't
it.
just abandon it.
Somebody did call and say they think that the railroad tracks that ran through it, underneath it, whatever,
Yeah.
are abandoned tracks. Like
Oh.
they're not used anymore.
Okay.
So that may be a reason why they don't care.
That
if
was my
it's
point.
fixed
They
or
don't
not.
use it anymore. They're not putting their trains
Okay,
on
but-
it or under it.
But again, you own it.
Eh.
No, you do.
Eh.
Because that's why Ogden and the state and the county and the city can't do anything about it. Not the city.
I mean, it looks all right from their office.
does it, though, because you shut it down.
No, I can't see it.
252 WCMF. The bridge on Gillette Road in Ogden was closed in December of 2023 for structural concerns, and it has been closed. It's still closed. Over 500 days, the bridge has been shut down, unusable. Residents are furious. First responders are arguing this is making getting to people super dangerous. And CSX, who was asked, when is this going to get fixed, put out a nothing statement saying nothing. This is going to happen more, isn't it?
Oh, probably.
Because, like, this stuff is just getting older.
But
And it's expensive to fix.
But
Yeah.
and they close it down for safety reasons, but in doing that, it also makes it less safe because if these things are just left, and because there's all like the urban explorers that we talked about,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
people that love to go to this abandoned stuff, and I think that just encourages more people to use it
Get
in a
hurt.
way.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a really good
Because
point.
nobody's taking care of it, nobody's looking at it.
I mean, that's the argument as
It's
people
gonna
have been
fall apart.
That's the argument people have been making to fix up that subway into something.
Yeah.
'Cause someone's going to end up dying just going down there and checking it out. We got folks writing us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Tim writes us, the bridge is right next to the canal. The canal bridge was closed for a year or two before they closed that bridge. So in reality, that's been closed for like 4 years. Oh, okay.
So the whole area is going to collapse.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Rob writes, there's a state road out in my neck of the woods that's been reduced to one lane because the bridge is shading. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Okay. Also, there's a parkway bridge that goes over Oak Orchard Creek that has been shut down
Oh, the old Creek Bridge?
to one lane instead of two because of structural issues. They've each been this way for over 5 years. That's awesome.
Well, here's the problem. We let crap go too long, and now it's all catching up to us.
How did that happen?
Because we got late. We didn't spend the money.
All right, but walk through this with me because I'm not a smart man. You know this.
I'm not either.
I don't even have sleeves on today,
I know.
right? But like this argument that we don't have money to like fix this stuff or maintain it or whatever, it puts people to work.
Right.
Okay. And that money is from people who live here, right? So then that money just goes right back into the community.
Right.
You also get to tax the money that you're paying them to go back to the state.
It goes right back through
Why would you not have been fixing this the whole time?
because we spent money on other things.
But that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Even now, if you went,
They pissed your money away and it's gone.
man. Sorry, Kimmy, you're laughing.
No, I got a call that I didn't see coming. Guy called to complain about West Siders complaining about the bridge, proceeded to call West Siders soft, and then said, I don't want to get on, though.
Okay, so soft guy didn't want to go on. Why would you be soft that you can't? What?
Well, he said there's a bridge near him that's been closed for years. So shut up over there.
He got no bridge.
No,
he has
I-
to swim.
It was an interesting call.
Okay.
I laughed out loud.
Here's the
after
thing. I
that.
know we love making fun of East Siders,
I don't
West
wanna get
Siders.
on,
He's
though.
running
I'm
across
not
the
gonna
interstate
say
right
it.
now.
I would argue even with my semi disdain for East Side people,
Yeah.
they deserve to have functional bridges as well.
absolutely.
Right?
I guess you're not allowed to complain about bridges.
Whatever part of the county you're on, I think you should be able to have a functioning bridge
Yeah.
at all times. And like that's the other thing is like you think of how vital some of these. I mean, they're all vital. There's a reason the bridge exists in
Yeah.
the first place. But like, is there going to be one where finally everyone's just like, we can't take this anymore? Where they shut it down and you
Well,
can't?
one's
use
going
it?
to have to collapse.
Well, no, don't say that.
But that's what it takes.
Well, no,
it takes a tragedy to wake everybody up.
But here's the thing: that tragedy may not happen because they're shutting these things down,
Yeah,
so
All
the
right.
shutting
tragedy
it
doesn't
down,
happen.
yeah.
Right? Like it's.
But that thing could just fall down on its own at some point.
But there's nobody under it.
True.
And that's the other weird thing.
Well, I mean, I guess somebody could just be walking by.
Okay.
And nobody gets elected on fixing bridges.
How? I would love to vote for a guy
No.
that would
Maybe
fix a
some-
That
bridge.
guy will not get elected. If I run on, I'm going to fix all the bridges. Boring. It's not sexy. It's not cool.
I think right now you're wrong. I think if someone came out and was like, I'm going to make
bridge guy.
I'm
if
infrastructure
this is
guy.
something that affected you on a daily basis and started happening more and more, you might be able to.
Where
run
is
with
he?
it, yeah.
But here's the thing: you can't even like with this example, it's owned by somebody else, so you can't even campaign on. I'm going to fix the bridge.
I'm going to hold these companies accountable.
I don't even know how you can do that.
I'll do it. I'm going to be your son of a bitch in Albany.
I mean,
I'm going to get these corporations to pony up.
so Richard the Hammer Shapiro is going to run for
I
office.
love that guy.
Is he still alive?
He was so funny.
Is he still alive?
I don't know.
Do we want to?
Why would you bring that
Wait,
up?
Do we wanna-
what'd you
well, no,
say?
because you said I loved that guy. I thought.
Well,
you
he said he doesn't run ads anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you ask if he's still alive?
Is Richard the Hammer Shapiro still alive?
Oh,
Oh, he's alive.
hold on.
Because we're saying it like this, it's okay.
No, but I didn't think that.
Well, you said I loved
Because he's like my age.
You said, yeah, of course, that would make it easy for me.
I'm a young guy.
No, you're not. Not that's not what that shit.
I think I'm young for a nationwide lawyer who built up an empire.
It is pretty impressive. Like, we can't fix the bridges, but we can have a guy who, before the time of viral, went viral with those
Oh, yeah.
I
commercials.
mean, I think he's still alive.
All right, good.
All right.
That answers that
Yeah.
question.
Richie boy.
So we can't fix the bridge, but we can keep Richard the Hammer Shapiro alive. Thank goodness. I mean, you brought up something earlier, and I want everyone to keep in mind.
What was that?
There's been a lot of bitching about the tolls and stuff in
Yeah.
Albany or on the thruway, and how people have floated this idea of let someone buy it and run it that way,
Yeah.
right? A private company. This is what happens,
Yeah.
right?
But Canada has some private roads.
They're owned by outside companies?
Yeah. And you get like a separate bill if you drive on them.
I didn't know that was private.
Yeah, there's a couple of private
Oh.
roads. They're like highways.
I don't want to trust other people to handle
No,
this.
yeah.
I mean, not that we have a great track record to keep taking care of the stuff we have now, but
No, but at least, we can vote on it and fix it.
So there's a story, I think it's out of Chicago, and then we'll move on, I
Right.
promise. Just to illustrate the point we're making. They didn't want to operate their parking meters anymore.
Yeah.
It became too expensive. So they sold the right to the parking meters to this company so they would keep it maintained.
Yeah.
And it turns out they lost like billions of dollars without doing the math. And they signed like a 30, 40, 50-year deal. And they've had to come out and be like, yeah, we made a mistake, but there's nothing we can do about
Who
it.
did this?
I think it's Chicago.
Really?
Maybe it was Philly. You can Google the story
So
yourself.
they get all the money and
This company went in, they fixed all this stuff, and now they're picking up all the money.
damn.
And the city was like, oops.
And they could have done it themselves.
Yes, well, like they
They
had
collected all that cash.
they had a budget crisis and they didn't want to spend the money to fix it, and now
Yeah.
they've lost out on billions of dollars worth of money. Like, you know what they say? Sometimes cheaper is more expensive.
Yeah.
All right. Do I want to take that? I know I said we move on. Dude, this is kind of a scary call. I don't want to like freak people out. All right. We'll let Bill
Well, you
finish it
already
up.
said it.
All right, you're
Like
right.
The bridge is haunted.
Bill's got the last word on CMFA. Bill, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
So a friend of mine driving down, forgot exactly what bridge it was, but and to your point, don't want to freak anyone out. However, when he was driving down, a piece of rotted rebar from a bridge fell on his car. So this is how bad the situation's actually going. And, I don't understand why nobody wants to do anything. Understand it's expensive. It's this, is that. There's a lot of bridges, but come on, man. That could have been a very bad situation.
Yeah.
That's how you win an election. Come on, man. Vote
I
for
like
Bill.
it. It's the simple things that work, though. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Bill, thanks for the story, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, let's take a break. Just fix it,
All right.
please. What if we say please really nice?
There you go. Kindness.
All right, let's take a break. You know how we've had a discussion about how there are some towns that have no soul?
Yeah, you know identity.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to Gates, it's great for like Italian food and classic stuff. The Eastern Europeans up in Irondequoit, east side of the city, stuff like that. But there are towns like Henrietta, Pittsford, where you go there and it's just,
Pasty.
yeah. Well, no, I meant there's no culture.
Right. It's just paste.
Pasty.
It's just paste.
Is it because I have no sleeves
I'm
on?
looking
today?
at paste all morning.
Very pasty. This ethnic food, which is delicious,
Yeah.
is moving to an east side town. And I'm curious if this east side town is ready for this food.
Oh, they're going to embrace it?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Yeah, there are some ethnic foods that fit in no matter what town.
Oh, yeah,
you're
yeah,
in.
yeah.
I don't know if this is one of
Beloved.
them. I think people see these as Mexican food, but I don't know if they're Mexican food.
I always thought they were from Puerto Rico.
I thought it was
But-
like
But
South
they're all,
America.
well, I think they're all over that area.
Okay, well, let me listen to the pastiest white man
That
explain to
general.
me.
Well, the first time I had
Yeah,
one,
you see the brown people, that's where they come from.
That giant general area.
Look at all the brown people, they're eating them.
I had it when I was in Puerto Rico. I had one.
When you were where?
Puerto Rico.
Ooh!
It was a nice trip.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. If you are a fan of Munchie's Rock City Empanada, we've got some exciting news for you.
Where are they coming?
Why are you laughing?
I just looked up where they're originally from.
Where are they originally from?
Northern Spain.
Wait, I went to northern
No,
Spain.
you didn't go to northern Spain, although you have an outfit that looks like you went to northern Spain. Stop that. You're on the radio.
You know, that area over in Europe.
Well, you thought they were from South America.
Well, I said,
Yeah.
I said I thought they were Mexican, but then I said I don't know why I think they're Mexican.
Well, I thought they were because I went to Puerto Rico.
but
and
I
ate them.
admitted
They
I
were
could.
brought to Latin America, so.
All right, so the Spanish colonized these areas,
Yeah.
and forced their food on them.
That's exactly what happened.
But they did.
What I'm getting at is,
Eat your empanada and shut up.
what are they? Is that the Spaniards or the South
I'm
Americans?
a conquistador.
Okay.
You will now eat the empanada and thank me later.
I don't think that's how they sounded before they got there.
I think this is how they talked when they learned English on the television show.
But they learned English coming from Spain, where they were colonizing
Yes.
people that didn't speak English.
When I drove my Cordoba all the way to Mexico.
Rock City Empanada
Yeah.
is opening in the village of Webster.
Oh, wow.
And the owner started the food truck about 30 years ago. It's a really good food truck if you've never had
Yeah.
it. Fast casual restaurant, and they'll have the empanadas with, I'm
delish.
assuming, other specialty sides
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
dishes and things like that. Okay, so Webster's an interesting town because part of it screams East Side,
Oh, yeah.
part of it screams blue collar.
And some of it borders right on 315.
You got it, yes. So if you told me that there was an empanada shop moving into Pittsford, I would laugh in your face and think that was a failure. If you told me that an empa shop was moving into Chi-Li, I would think the same thing because those are towns that don't really have a culture to them. Does Webster have enough ethnic food love where an empanada shop wins?
So they had an Indian restaurant there,
Okay.
and then it closed.
Okay, so that didn't work there.
Yeah. So
They
I'm
do
wondering.
have a lot. Like, they have a lot of chain restaurants. They have, like, it's so vast.
It's a mini
that-
Jeff.
That I do feel like Webster has a little bit of everything, so I don't see why it couldn't work in a place like Webster.
So Perlo's is out there?
no,
No,
that's
Perlo's
No,
is
not Perlo's.
Rochester.
What's the one I'm thinking of that it's in the same plaza as the Savers, the thrift store? It's been there forever. Not Perlo's. Damn it.
Like an Italian joint?
Puritani.
Oh, you talking about Priettes?
Priettes.
Priettes is out there a little bit, yes.
Peaches and cream.
Yeah, Whitey's been out there for years.
Okay, no, maybe that's not the one I'm thinking of.
But it's a really good Italian restaurant.
Okay, so like I think that
But Italian works all over.
That's just it. In Rochester, Italian, Mexican, and Chinese works in every town. If you
Yeah.
open up an Italian, Mexican, or Chinese place, you're going to
Yeah,
win
it's
everywhere.
base.
But
Empanadas are unique, but I don't know anybody after you had one would say that sucked.
I agree with you, but you
No.
got to get people in there to have one
Yeah,
first.
you do.
And are there people that haven't had empanadas in the
I'm
greater
sure.
Rochester area? Well, I mean, it seems like a pretty standard food now.
And yeah, you could. I mean, I've had a breakfast empanada. Like, you could have it any time of the day.
You went to
man.
Puerto Rico?
Those Juan and Maria's
Yes.
breakfast empanadas at the
Oh, yeah.
public
Yeah.
market. Oh my God! With the Spanish ketchup. Well, I don't even know where to get Spanish ketchup other than Juan and Maria's. Like, I'm ready to steal.
I
Some
hear
of
you got to
those
go to
bottles.
northern Spain.
Shut up!
Where you get the good ketchup.
All right, you are.
You take the tomato, then you squeeze it with your hand and make it a ketchup. You put it on the empanada. It's caliente.
Shut up! You lived in Webster for what? 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Now it was a long time ago. In your humble opinion, does a standalone empanada shop work in Webster?
It doesn't seem to.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like that type of joint. Unless there's like young people moving in now. But like those
Yeah.
old Xeroxers that lived out there, they went to the same place every Friday night and ate a fish fry and went home.
So you're saying there won't be long white socks with Birkenstocks walking into
No.
the empanada shop?
No, I don't see it. Unless, like I said, that crew died off and the young people came in with hipper taste buds.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, I think we can agree, you and I, because I'm going to leave him out of the food talk again.
Yeah.
That Mexican
Yeah.
has exploded,
Yeah.
and even these mom and pop Mexican places, it's not a chain.
Oh, yeah.
It's in every suburb.
Sit down
yeah.
Mexican restaurant.
Is this Mexican enough where people are going to be like, "Ooh, I want to try"?
I don't
this?
know if people really see it as the same. Like, they maybe have a different idea of an empanada? Because like I don't think like of an empanada place as like a come in, sit down, spend a bunch of time there kind of restaurant. I think of it more as like a to-go food.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know?
But if you offer me empanadas with like sides, I will sit down and eat
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
Like rice and
I've
beans.
never had an empanada with sides. To her point, I've just
Yeah.
ate them out of a,
Like you grab
wax
it for
paper
lunch
when
or
you're walking
something.
around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me
Well,
tell
that's
you, I was blending in with the people of Puerto Rico when I went to Puerto Rico to have my empanada.
A lot of people thought I was Puerto Rican.
Did they really?
Yeah, because I had nice shoes.
Like are empanadas
They were
more
pointy.
a food of like convenience, or are people like going to go out of their way to get one? Like, am I going to stop there on my way to or from something, or like, do I work in the area and that's why I'm getting one, or is this something that people will? Because like Webster's so spread out, you know.
Sure. Yeah, they call it the Tommy's mom of towns. 252 WCMF.
My mother liked it out there when she visited.
Whale super spread.
Like, will people be going out of their way to find the empanada?
Rock City Empanada is opening in the village of Webster. It is the brick and mortar version of the Munchies Rock City Empanada food truck that's been around for like 30 years. I'm excited to try it. I mean, to your point, to answer your question, I would go out of my way to go to the public market to get one of Maria's
Okay.
empanadas. So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of getting it in people's hands, I think.
Yeah, I think once you eat them, you love them. It's like pierogies.
Yeah, God, I love a pierogi. They call it the white empanada.
The pasty empanada.
Bro, tell me you wouldn't go to a pierogi shop called the Pasty Empanada.
I would love it.
It would be the most confusing name ever. Walk in looking for
Pasty ass empanada.
Spanish food and then Eastern European woman
Yeah.
making pierogies in the background. I mean, I do love where we are at food-wise in the greater
Yeah, 'cause you're
Rochester
getting
area.
everything.
You literally get everything. Short of Cajun food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or Southern or Soul.
Yeah, well, no, there are Southern restaurants now, like hole-in-the-wall places in the city that do damn good Southern
Okay.
food, like soul food.
Yeah,
Outside of Cajun, and I know people will write me, but no, you gotta go to. No, you're wrong.
we got Popeyes.
It's not common though.
Yeah, like you can eat yourself around the world, town to town, and it's fantastic.
Yes.
And if you're willing to take a risk, which you should, by the way, because all these places are really, really good.
As long as you're not picky. Like, you don't take picky people to these places
But even picky,
You know what
because
helps
it'll
me?
piss you off.
You know what helps me try new food is if this is in a place where you're outside and you can smell it.
ooh,
Like, if I smell something delicious, it's like that's what probably drew me to it in the first place at the public market. Like, I got to have one of those. I
Yeah.
got to at least try it.
amen, sister. All right, so go out and get your empanadas
Yeah.
on Webster, and then go check out Tommy's new business, the Pasty Empanada. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
How did you not tell your neighbor what you saw?
I don't get involved, man.
well,
and
no.
I'm not really sure what he was supposed to be
you're
doing.
sure.
You broke it down for us in detail.
Yeah.
You knew what you saw.
Well, I didn't see nothing happening.
That's what you saw. That's what the problem
I
is.
saw what I did see was a lot of nothing.
Okay. You need to watch out for your neighbor.
Okay.
Right? You would agree with that?
Oh yeah.
So if that's the case, how do you witness this with your own eyes
Do
and
you
go,
brothers keep it? I don't know.
we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. You are your neighbor's keeper.
Yes.
You have to watch out for one another. And something Tommy saw at his neighbor's home, you'd want to know if this happened to you.
Yeah, goddamn straight.
So there should be no question
Yeah.
whether or not a witness to this would walk next door and let this person know what happened. Right?
Yes. Possibly.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Right now, you can head to the contest page, WCMF.com.
Ooh, what am I going to get?
Enter for a chance to win a Grand Slam ticket 4-pack to see your Rochester Red Wings as they take on Jacksonville for a matinee game
Ooh, the big salami.
at Innovative Field. June 12th. First pitch is at 1:05. Speaking of big salami,
Yeah.
word on the street is one super cool, tall, handsome, bearded man
Yeah.
is throwing out the first pitch that day.
Oh, really?
Me. I'm talking about me.
Oh,
I'm doing the first pitch. And Kimmy's going to be forced to come along.
Yeah, I'll be there. I want to see how it goes.
It's a pitch.
Yeah, but sometimes, well, didn't you kind of screw it up last time?
I put it in the dirt
Yeah.
a little bit.
Oh.
No, I'm bringing straight heat this time. Because
Because your old man stung that thing in there, bro.
yeah,
He put it in
And
there.
that's a big glove.
That's a big glove with a high kick.
finally got something right. Go win those tickets, WCMF.com. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on WCMF. So, Kimmy, we come in the other day.
Yeah.
And you're not Kimmy. You are not Kimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I'm going to strangle you. I swear to God. You have
Yeah.
just been in a mood all day, and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to
Yeah.
kill you to death. Tommy comes in the other day, Kimmy, and he starts going off about something that he says he witnessed at his neighbor's
Yeah.
house.
Yep.
And you got into detail.
Yeah.
So the neighbors having some work done at the house. So I see handy guy shows up, and he's like unloading all this equipment, right?
Yeah.
And he's bringing in this, and it's all equipment that when you fire it up, you're going to hear it.
Okay.
Loud stuff, right?
Sure.
Man work.
Yeah.
So he's been doing this. I'm outside. He's been at this for like an hour, unloading, moving, putting this over here. But he's not doing anything. He's just kind of moving around. He leaves.
Okay.
He comes back with more stuff, puts it over here, puts it over there, looks at it like that. This goes on for like hours. But he didn't do anything.
So he didn't turn on a single machine.
Nothing.
You
It's
didn't
all just there.
Okay.
And he's looking at stuff, and then he just kind of leaves
Okay.
and leaves the stuff there.
So you came in and you told us you were convinced that he did not do a stitch of work.
Well, he didn't fire up nothing.
And
Okay.
your neighbor's
For
not
hours.
home either, by
No.
the way, right?
No, they're out.
Okay. And how long do you think they were there for?
Oh, 3 hours. Easy.
Okay. So that would cost a lot of money if you're paying someone to do
Man, if you're
work.
paying it, yeah.
Okay. So you tell us the story,
Yeah.
and then we asked, well, what did your neighbor say when you told him what you saw?
I ain't saying nothing, man. I'm not going to bust the guy being also lazy. I'm not saying anything. Let them figure it out.
Good save.
Yeah.
Way to go, buddy.
No, but let them figure it out.
Why?
Because you're going to know nothing got done.
How? How would you know?
Well, hey, this still looks the same.
Okay. Let's say that this is a job that takes 3, but the person who, by the way, was hired because this person doesn't know what they're doing, obviously.
Yeah.
This is going to take me 5-6 days. So I could show up, move stuff around, get paid for an extra day.
He was milking it.
Okay. So wait, you're admitting
Oh, yeah.
that you believe they were doing something
Pure
wrong.
milking it.
You
he
are-
was stroking out that job.
You are living near this person.
Mm-hmm.
You have the ability to walk over and alert the neighbor that maybe they are being ripped off.
But now I also look like I'm casing your joint all day.
But you are.
I don't want them
you
to
kinda
know
are.
that.
You are so bad at this.
Go tell this widowed woman that.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you letting your neighbor know if you witnessed what Tommy Muley witnessed?
Some laziness, potentially.
Well, Kimmy,
Well, no, you're getting shafted.
if that neighbor is spending money for that person to be there and they're not actually getting the job done, I don't understand
Right.
why you would not tell them. Because when you are having stuff done by someone else and you're
And you're not
there,
home, yeah.
you're at the mercy of their honesty.
Yeah.
And like we said, every minute they're there can get super
Well, you're paying.
expensive. Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you witnessed this, would you have said something? No!
Didn't even finish the statement.
No, because, okay, to Tommy's point,
Oh my God.
I also don't want to look like I'm paying too much. I don't want to look like a nosy neighbor.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want you to think I'm just constantly staring at your house, wondering what's going on.
For hours.
Like-
I'm basically saying, man, I was watching your house for
It
3
is
hours,
a
nothing
bit
happened.
of an invasion of privacy.
That might creep them out.
Okay.
Especially if I don't have that relationship with you. Like, if
And I
this is a
don't.
neighbor that I don't really talk to,
I'm not that close to
I'm not
these
saying anything.
Listen to how fast he's talking. I'm not that close to these people. I said watch our house for 3 hours.
And I also don't want that responsibility in the future.
Okay.
Because if I do say something and now they have something done to their home, some work being done, am I kind of on the hook? Like, are they going to expect me to let them know how things are going the next time around?
All right.
And there's another problem.
Oh, please go.
What if I piss that guy off? He comes after me now. Are you narking on me? You don't even know what you're talking about, man. I lost money because you don't understand how to set up a job site.
Oh, he lost a Johnson account.
Yeah, he lost the Johnson account, the Widow Johnson, and now he's like, now I'm involved.
Okay, but here's the thing. Look, that is a valid concern. That is a valid concern that I am unaware of what the job entails, so maybe this person was doing their job.
I don't know.
But all it would take would be for that guy to clearly explain what he's doing to this person. For this person, if he can't explain it, you just save that person potentially a fortune and maybe a shoddy job done on their house.
What do I care? I don't want to get that guy fired and pissed off at me.
It's your neighbor.
Well, make it sound like Jesus ordained it.
252 WCMF.
I bequeath this neighbor to you, Thomas.
It's not any. That is not even close to what you thought you were saying.
But that's a dead-on Jesus impression.
I don't know how you would know if it was. But you weren't speaking Aramaic.
No,
Look,
but I saw the movie.
252 WCMF 252-9263. So both of you say you would not say something and
No.
it's not appropriate to say something. You agree with that?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fair.
Simple question
All right.
to figure out how you actually feel.
Yeah.
Would you want your neighbor to tell you if this
Yes,
happened?
man, I'm losing
Okay.
money, for God's sake.
Kimmy, would you want your neighbor to tell you?
I don't think it's really any of my neighbor's business.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Well, but they're kind of making it their business, right? By like telling me how my work's going.
Are you really going to try and do backflips
I
to
don't know if I
justify
would.
your crap take?
I don't know if I would because you're also not sure. You're not sure if they're like seeing what they say they're seeing.
Okay.
So now I would have to confront the person doing the work, and I'm probably not gonna do that.
You're not going to
either.
confront. You don't have to do that. You don't have to
Well, then
do
what's
that.
the
Oh,
point
my
of me
wife is
telling
confronting
me?
that person. If she finds out somebody...
Oh, you're saying as the homeowner
As the
confronting.
homeowner,
Okay, I get what
yeah,
you're saying.
because
My wife-
I'd be too afraid to say anything anyway, so it's
No,
not
my
gonna
wife
matter
is.
to me.
My wife is. It's light up time.
But a justifiable light up.
Oh, yeah,
but-
absolutely.
No,
I
but
ain't doing
is it? Because I wasn't there to see it, so
No,
I
she's
don't
going
know
Rambo.
if it's justifiable.
Hey, anyone that has had a project done at their house
And
that's
it's
taken-
expensive.
I mean, yeah, it gets multiple days and gets expensive, and you
Yeah.
start to question like what's taking so long.
Right.
But who am I to say like, hey, my neighbor said you're being lazy? They're gonna say, no, I'm not.
Okay.
What am I gonna do?
All right.
There's nothing I can do about it. I need this person to do the work.
All right, the phone number is 252 WCMF. I'm going to go to the phones in a second. I see you
Yeah.
guys sitting there. There are some things, I agree, there are some things that you can see at your neighbor's house that you keep to yourself. And we're going to go down that list in a second.
Okay.
But this is not one of them. Let's start with Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, brother?
My friend of mine is a professional painter, and he owns his own business. I do handyman work on the side. A lot of times we will take equipment and stage it at a house for a job that we might do a couple days away. So to Tommy's point, it would look like somebody showing up, moving a bunch of equipment, and walking away without doing anything. I think this is perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
And to tell a person that somebody walked into their house and didn't do any work, mind your own goddamn business.
So you wouldn't want to know if a neighbor was suspicious if they saw something like this at your place?
No, because I think it would have the wherewithal to know that somebody was bringing equipment to my house.
Okay. All right. Well, look at that. Everyone's so smart. I don't have sleeves on today. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just today, right? In your sleeves. See you, dicks.
See you, Jeremy. Jeremy is very upset about even wanting to be
But I
concerned
mean,
about the neighbor.
he's, I guess, looking at it from the perspective of somebody that could be doing the work. And if you don't really know how it works or what's going on, shut up.
And that's a fine take. But I want to point out,
Yeah.
when Tommy came in and told us his story initially, that was not his take. He was
No, you're
convinced
right. You're right.
that this person was ripping off his neighbor.
Yes.
Yet despite
Sitting
that,
around too
he was
much.
never going to go do it and tell him that, this
Yeah.
might be happening. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, because we had a buddy in the business that that worked in lawn maintenance, and the stuff he told me he saw people do, and just like were screwing people over. He had a lot of stories about that all around town. I mean, sometimes you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't tell whether he did it or not. It was one of those kind of jobs.
And like past that, how many times do we see these stories of people that work doing their own businesses getting caught ripping
Yes.
people off?
Yeah, but
right?
usually those people don't even really show up, do they?
But that's kind of what this is. He's,
Yeah.
Right? Maybe
Yeah,
he just
brought
showed
all
up, moved
stuff
stuff
over.
around. Okay. So as we go to things that you could see at a neighbor's house that are out of the ordinary that
Yeah.
you would keep to yourself, if we were to do a power ranking, so both of you were saying you are not telling the neighbor
No.
if they think they're being ripped off.
Not getting involved.
What about something inappropriate involving their spouse?
So cheating?
Well, let's say, well, you don't know. What happens behind closed doors happens behind closed doors. Let's say you got a buddy that lives next door,
Yeah.
someone you're close with.
Yeah.
And on a Saturday night, he's gone. At midnight, another man pulls in and walks in the front door.
Yeah.
You witness this with your own eyes. You saying something?
No.
A neighbor you like.
Yeah, but I'd have to really be close. Because, man, what if I'm wrong? Man, that's dynamite.
Well, if you're wrong, then there's a simple explanation as to why this man was at his house at midnight.
But I'm also calling your wife
Yeah.
a slut.
No, I
Yeah,
am
you
telling
are.
you
She's
what I saw.
slutty.
I'm telling you what I
You
saw.
leave town, and I think your wife was slutting with another dong.
Kimmy, Slutting with Another Dong is one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
Slutting with a dong. Girl, that's just plain wrong.
Kimmy, you saying something?
No.
No, you're not saying a word.
Hell no.
Because you are really opening up a disaster.
Yeah.
Kimmy, if you found out,
People get killed over this
understood. Kimmy, if you found out that your husband
Yeah.
had a girl show up at his house at your house at midnight,
Yeah.
and your neighbor witnessed, would you be upset if they didn't tell you?
I could see why they wouldn't tell me as
Okay.
a
Yeah,
neighbor.
Yeah, they'd be saying, finally.
You'd want to know if your wife was bringing a guy home.
Absolutely.
Which, by the way, everyone would understand. Everyone in the neighborhood would be like, finally.
But do you want to get, that is such a volatile situation.
Okay. All right.
And I had buddies that cheated on their wives, and I knew I was
And
friends
as a
with the
neighbor,
wives.
it's.
I mean, I was
wouldn't-
close with these people. I never said.
Yeah,
anything.
because you're a coward and you should have said something.
As a friend, yes. As a neighbor, no.
Okay, so if you found out that Tommy's wife
Yeah.
was inviting a man over while he was gone
Yeah,
during the
because
show,
I'm friends with Tommy.
you wouldn't tell him.
I
You
would tell Tommy.
You would come to me.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
would
well,
tell
I
me
would
what
discuss,
you saw.
I
But
would
you would get
discuss
there.
with you, and I would say we should tell Tommy.
Oh, who's
right?
we? I'm not involved with this.
Okay. Well, I should tell Tommy, right? And you'd be like, "Yeah, you should definitely tell him."
You are too. No, wait. He's not.
I
Gonna
would
have,
absolutely
He's not gonna have a
tell
place
him.
to live. We don't tell him. We just let him live. I mean,
I got
again,
this fancy chair and a stool now.
we understand where she's coming from. He needs a roof over his head.
Free stool, by the way.
Let sleeping dogs lie. All
Yeah,
right,
I mean, same thing. If I found that Kimmy was getting cheated on,
Yeah, I would be
I would
happy to tell a friend.
I would have to tell her, but I wouldn't tell her directly immediately. I would have to talk to you. I'd have to talk to my wife. I would eventually tell her, but it would be a very roundabout way of getting
be
there.
some discussion first.
All right,
you have
Kimmy,
to get the
I couldn't come
approval.
in here cold, like Pat's
No.
out of the room and say, "Hey, man, you got problems, girl.
That's kind of an even more effed up way to do
Girl,
it.
you got problems in your house."
Everyone's gonna find out about it before Kimmy.
Yeah, but I would understand why you need to confirm.
I
your
mean, I would be
decision.
nervous breaking that kind of news to somebody.
Okay, Kimmy, I would like to point out
Yeah.
that he literally just said.
And by the way, I would have to have real proof.
Yeah.
he literally just said, and he backs us up with the stories he tells over the years, that he had good friends,
Yeah.
Yeah, close friends.
that he was aware were cheating,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and never said a thing, and felt bad about it.
Yeah.
Where you'd be around those, but you want us to believe that you would let either of us know that our spouses were cheating.
I would only because I'm an older person now and I've changed.
Oh,
Okay.
you haven't changed nothing.
I've changed a
but
lot.
that stupid shirt.
I do think though you may not tell Pat only because you need his wife and you wouldn't want to upset his.
Well,
you
I got
don't-
an appointment
you
in
don't really
August.
care. What?
I
Yeah,
got an
that's what I
appointment in
mean.
August.
Not anymore. You don't. Cancel.
No, I would let you guys know.
I don't think you would. And
You
I would
really think I would not tell you?
yes.
No, you-
Even with solid
You're cool.
evidence, you don't
Solid
think he would say
evidence.
anything.
I don't think he know because I think he in his head he would be like, well, even if it's solid evidence, I can't be sure. He would find a way to justify in his head to keep it to himself.
Well, I mean, I'd have to see something.
There it is.
Well, yeah, because if I didn't,
All right, how about this? Let me ask you a question. You're out at I don't know what's that Wegmans restaurant next door.
Yeah, yeah.
You see my wife. You know I'm out of town. I'm at a super cool sporting event, being a super cool guy in a Tony Kukoc jersey.
Yeah.
And you see my wife at next door.
Mm.
She is at the bar with another man. And as he talks to her, he puts his hand on her knee. She's wearing a skirt, so it's bare knee, bro.
Bare knee.
Straight up, uncut, bare knee.
She out bare kneed
He leans in, talks to her, hand lingers, and she's giggling about it.
on the knee.
But that's all you see. You telling me that?
Yeah, I'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, he could just tell you he saw your wife out.
Okay, let's do
out
Because
this.
to
they would change the
dinner.
name of the restaurant to Finally.
Or how about the restaurant next to that called New Joke Dick?
Like just
I
dropping,
started the joke.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
like just giving you the information that you saw your wife out to dinner.
Okay.
I don't think that would be weird.
All right,
Yeah, I saw your wife at.
No, let's walk through this.
Bare
Okay?
knees.
So I get back from the Tony Kukoc Jersey convention, right? And you saw my wife, so I sit down and
Yeah.
okay, so you got to tell me. So,
Yeah.
you start stupid.
Yeah, I ran into your wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was at next door.
What was she doing?
Sitting at the bar, having a drink
Oh, cool. Yeah. that
with her
sounds-
friends.
Which friends?
Well, I don't know your friends.
Oh,
no.
okay. Well, yeah, no.
Yeah, just friends.
Yeah, she goes out. That's not telling me what happened.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
You
she was
can't
with,
even
she
do it
was
in a
with
fixed
another
scenario.
guy. I don't know.
She
who
was
it
having a
was.
drink with a guy,
Oh,
like a coworker.
how do you know it's a
Well,
coworker?
what? No.
Well, he looked like a doctor.
You can't even do it. He can't even do it. That's how I know you would never tell me this
No,
stuff.
you
He looked
would,
like
you
a
would
big-time
frame it by
doctor.
like asking Pat a question, like, "Do you know? Who, I never recognized this guy before. Do you know he looks like this? He was with your wife at
Handsome,
dinner.
looks
Do we
rich.
know Do we know this guy?
Intelligent. He looks very educated.
Okay, see, this is how I know he wouldn't do it. He can't even
He had
fake
one of them fancy watches on.
a fancy watch.
Oh yeah.
What about something involving your neighbor's kid? Again, as we talk about Tommy, he's convinced he saw his neighbor being ripped off by a handyman, but is not saying anything. All right, so how about this,
All right,
Tommy?
kid.
Teenager has friends over. When your neighbor's out of town, you know they're drinking. Are you
Yeah.
saying something?
No. I mean, I did it as a kid. I'm not narking. I mean, unless I see something dangerous,
What's dangerous?
gunfire.
Oh, my
No,
God!
it wouldn't take anything dangerous. It would take a kid parking on your lawn.
No, he still would be too much of a bitch to do anything. He'd just come in the next day. You're not gonna have a
But if they're just drinking and banging and
just
partying,
drinking and banging.
and partying, we all did it.
So what? It doesn't mean it's a good idea.
It was a good idea when I was doing it.
Kimmy, would you say something if your neighbor's teenagers had a party while they were gone?
If it wasn't affecting me, no.
How do you criticize him and then have the same answer?
Again, like it would depend on, am I close with that neighbor? Do I like know the kid personally?
Let the kid have fun.
Like I don't know. I think I'd have to have at least a semi-close relationship with that neighbor to say
And what am
something.
I seeing?
You're seeing a party that they're having.
I booze and
Yeah.
booty. A booze and booty party. Let's say I see some herb. They're doing some drugs. They're having fun.
These are teenagers. They're doing drugs, drinking, and having sex. Why are you still watching, by the way? Why are you still watching the party, you creep-ass bitch?
I want some booze.
And
All
also,
right.
maybe the parents know they're having a party.
So then
I
if you
don't-
called them and be like, hey, just a heads up, it wouldn't be an issue then, would it?
well, then they'd be like, "Are you judging me as a parent?"
No. God, you guys do these backflips to be cowards.
Yeah, we do the backflips.
What did I do? I would say something to my
what,
neighbor.
what?
I would say something to my neighbor if their teenage kids were partying, because I would want them to do it for
Like
me.
hardy or just like being kids.
If I see them drinking alcohol and they're not there, I'm going to make the call. And I don't think that's inappropriate.
Now,
I
you're
think,
going to be like the alcohol cop.
you mean the cops?
Oh.
But I'm not a cop. But no, yes, I would be that guy. I would want them to do that for my kids. All right, one more.
Right.
One more question. I'm going
Right.
to start with Kimmy,
Yeah.
Okay.
because she was a girl.
Right.
Not so much anymore.
I'm just a girl.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
You look out the window.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not Kimmy. Shut up. I'm so done with the show today.
I'm looking out the window
I
too.
am so done with the show.
Going on over
Kimmy, you're
there?
out. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You get up to get a glass of water.
Yeah.
You look out the window and you see your neighbor's teenager climbing out their window.
Oh.
1 o'clock in the
I'm
morning.
not saying anything. That kid put a lot of effort into that. I'm not saying crap.
Tommy, you saying something? 1 o'clock in the morning, neighbor, kid, teenager climbing out the window.
They're going out to have a little fun, little sexy time in the park or something.
All right, turns out the next day, 4 o'clock, they come over.
What
Hey,
happened?
My kid's missing. We haven't seen him. You saying it then?
No, I'm really in trouble. I didn't see crap.
But let me check.
Well,
my
you already know she's
cameras.
missing.
They believe that she's been kidnapped, but it turns out she just climbed out the window and snuck out. You saying anything?
No.
Well, if they already know she climbed out the window.
No,
No,
and
they
snuck
don't
out.
know.
I have no
What?
idea.
She's missing. She's missing. They don't know how.
What,
Maybe
is she the
somebody.
Lindbergh baby? They went in there with a ladder and walked her out?
How it might have happened. Who knows? They've called the cops. There's now a criminal investigation open.
Well, I guess
but
you'd have to say
So now you're
something.
saying, but you did. But when they ask you why you didn't tell me in the first place,
Well, I didn't know what she was doing.
climbing
Thought
out a
there
window
was a
1 in the
fire.
morning. Oh
so
my
nobody
God.
knows but me, because I got up and got a glass of
You
water.
saw her out the window.
But nobody knows this but me.
Yes.
I am not saying a damn word. Because that makes me, I'm in trouble.
No, you're not. You're
I'm
a bad
withholding
person.
evidence.
You're a bad. No, shut up. You are not a lawyer, nor a smart man, nor handsome,
No, if the cops come
nor
over,
worth anything as a human being.
aren't I in trouble? If the cops come over and they say, we have this issue, did you say anything?
I'm not saying that. Well, you'd be in trouble if you didn't say anything. If they asked you,
Right, so I'd have to tell the cops, right?
but yet now you're in a situation where you didn't tell the parents in the first place.
Right. I still ain't saying that.
Oh my God. Okay.
Right, these kids they just had fun.
How do I work? She's missing.
That's how much fun she's having.
Okay. I work with the two worst people on earth, and I'm not even a good person.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
we're cowards.
I don't. Your business stays over there. My business stays over here.
Unless your business gets all messed up, in which case you want them to step up and say something to you.
Well, yes.
Okay, great. Let's take a break. You're going to think this is a West Side Crime.
I'm sure it is.
happening out on the east side. But Kimmy, this sounds more like a country song than it does a high-end suburb song.
So way out there.
Well, no, it didn't happen
Not
way
so
out there,
way
but
out
it
there.
sounds like a country
It's got
song.
country?
Well, they were crossing town lines, son.
Ooh.
And we'll get into it next here on CMF. Two bad men, Tommy.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, if you look at doing this is bad, which I guess it would be. But it's funny, Kimmy, it's weird how they focused on this specific thing in the story, because I assume most of these kind of happen this way. And it does invoke a fantasy from, I think, most men when you hear what these two guys are accused of doing.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have in front of us a story without a lot of details.
Okay.
But it comes to us from 10 NBC. Last night, was it last night? Monday night, excuse me. Two adults were taken into custody after a police chase.
Right.
Happens. The police attempted to pull them over. We don't know why police tried to pull them over, but they weren't having it, and they took off. And they make it a point in the story on 10 NBC to say they started in Penfield, but crossed the town line into Brighton. Is that what they said?
It said, I just saw they crossed multiple town lines.
It said, no, it doesn't say multiple. Well, I guess we would have to go multiple from Penfield into Brighton.
Yeah.
But they kept saying cross the town line, cross the town line, cross the town line. Both people were taken into custody. We don't have any charges yet. We don't have any details as
Why
to
they split? Okay.
all of these things. All we know is that they crossed the town line.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, you saw this and you had a question.
Yeah, because I think, we've talked in the past about how everybody has like their getaway fantasy. Like they think that if they had to get away from police, they could make it a pretty decent ways away before they got caught. Like how many town lines do you think you could cross? And I guess what area would it be easier
So if our
to
goal,
cross multiple town lines?
if our goal is to cross as many town lines as
Yeah,
possible,
during a police chase.
where are we starting the police chase is your question. Guy, you thought about this.
Yeah.
Where are you starting your police
Well,
chase?
here's the thing, because I'm thinking like the east side's a little more condensed. So you may be able to get through multiple towns faster, but those roads are windier.
Okay.
It's going to take you maybe a little bit longer to get through all those town lines. You need like a little bit more wide open space.
We did talk yesterday about how Fairport, Parrington, Penfield have the windiest roads
Yes.
of all time. But they're so tight together, you don't even know when you've crossed over in a different town.
You probably wouldn't.
All right, so what's your answer then?
See, I think you got to start somewhere like I'm thinking like west side, like Spencerport. You're kind of close to like Brockport,
Okay.
Greece.
But here's the thing.
Hilton.
If I go west towards Brockport, now I'm an hour away.
Well, you could go like through Hilton and around again. I
Okay,
guess.
but again, Hilton is like so far out of the way.
But they touch.
You would have to go up to Hilton through
A
Spencerport,
lot of back roads.
find Greece, which is
a lot of straight shots.
Okay, I think you're way off here. If you're trying to cross as many town lines as possible, starting in Spencerport is a terrible idea. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking east side starting north
Okay.
in Webster.
All right, so you start in Webster.
Right.
All right, where are you crossing into?
I jump on 250,
Okay.
and I'm just going straight down the line.
Well-
I'm going to hit them all.
Bow, 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 bow.
Trying to think what you're crossing through.
I'm hitting every town on the east side on 250 almost. Yeah, I am.
Okay, yeah, you could be right.
Yeah, I am. I'm
I-
doing it. I'm doing it right
The
now.
only
But
one
is
I'm
there
going to miss
traffic?
is
Like-
ER.
Okay.
But what's the traffic like? Are you going to be able to bob and weave?
Yeah, I think so.
250 though. Is it bobbing and weaving on 250?
Oh, I'm bobbing and
A
weaving.
lot of stopping and starting. You could be
Yeah.
running a lot of lights.
Yeah.
Well, that's every street's going to
more-
have that.
You're more likely to get into an accident, I think.
I mean, she's right. If you go the Spencerport to Hilton route, there is a lot of wide open
Yeah.
space. 55.
But you're not hitting a lot of towns. You're asking me how many towns I'm going to hit.
yeah.
I take
That's if
250.
you get that
I've
far.
taken every town but one.
But no, Kimmy's right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you get far enough to get to the towns, because you could get T-Bone running a red light. You stop at a red light, they can run a pit maneuver on you, take you out,
Probably
buddy.
going through Greece. You don't think you're going to hit traffic?
Well,
there-
there's certain parts of Greece that are a little more open than others.
Yeah, she's not wrong. Man, she had a bad idea, but somehow your idea is worse than her idea.
No, I like.
Like,
what
I'm
I
just
do.
thinking, like, you got to pick an area where there's not, like, there's not so many cars that you can't get by.
But then you're not hitting towns. You're out in the sticks.
You guys are overthinking this. You're overthinking this.
Always do, man.
The easiest way
What?
to blow through as many towns as possible on a police chase
Mm-hmm.
is to start on Lehigh Station in Henrietta, take 390 north until it stops.
Oh, you're going on
so
the
you're
interstate?
just going straight 390.
I did- I mean,
But
was-
you're going on the
I mean, we
interstate?
did not make a rule
Was
that you can't
390
use
against the rule?
highways.
If I jump on 390,
That's cheating.
I start.
I
in
know.
Hen-
I didn't. I was thinking like more back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Just saying,
That's
nobody
like,
said.
just get on like that fast road and go.
Nobody said 390. I got no lights. I'm hitting Henrietta. I'm hitting Brighton. I'm hitting the city. I'm hitting
Well,
Gates.
yeah,
I'm
then I
hitting
guess I
Greece.
could just get on 495, 93, and just do the loop and then do that. I'm just going to go through every town.
Well, no, you're going to be. Well,
No, I would just go around in a circle and hit every town.
Okay, but if you're going in a circle, they're going to be able to stop you, bud. They're going to know where you're going. That's why you got to keep going straight. I can get off at any time. They don't know where I'm going. And let's say.
Hey, by the way, you're way easier to track on the interstate.
Yeah, but
they can shut that. They can shut that down so fast with the state troopers.
They're not going to shut down 390 for a police chase. Where they going to put out spike strips on a 70-mile-an-hour road?
They shut down the interstate all the time.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Snap. Chris writes us on Twitter. He had a question. Wasn't that Tommy's mom's nickname, Bob and Weave on 250? Remember what that sounded like?
What did it sound like? Yeah, I get it.
252 WCMF. You know, we said this was a man fantasy, but it was Kimmy's question.
Yeah.
And we got a lady that wants to jump in. She's on CMF. Hello, Christina.
Hello.
What do you got for us?
Okay, this is the easiest way. So Empire Boulevard. It's if you're by Baytown Plaza, you're Penfield.
Okay.
Then you're Webster.
Okay.
Then you're Rochester. Then you're Runaway.
Oh, that's 4.
4 towns.
All right.
Okay, all right. But Empire is a lot of starting and stopping too, Christina.
And it's busy as hell.
Yeah.
Multiple
But
lanes,
people
though.
fly.
But you got to go up that hill. They got that blind hill. You're going to die, Christina. You've died
Dead
before.
Man's Hill.
Yeah, you've gotten to the
I
second
drive
town.
it every day.
All right, it's over. Sorry, you've lost.
But you thought about it.
Christina, thank you for the call. All right, if we're not going to use
The interstate.
the interstate, I'm taking 5 and 20.
You're way out in the sticks.
Wait, am I winning or not winning here?
I don't think you're hitting many towns.
Bro, there are tiny towns all throughout 5 and 20, and you can get to 5 and 20 everywhere.
Yeah, but they're spread way the hell out.
So how do you know that, bud?
See, the thing about being in town is it's condensed to Kimmy's point.
Okay. No, there are little towns you are driving through that you've never heard
But,
of.
bro, that takes you time to get to them.
I disagree. Start in Canandaigua, go west. I mean, if you're going east on 5 and 20, you're right. It's going to take a while.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going west on 5 and 20, I'm going to Google it right now.
All right.
I'm going to Google the route. Because you can literally get to anywhere in New York State on 5 and 20.
Yeah, eventually.
Yes.
But slow and distant.
Slow and distant. Wasn't that your nickname in high school? Slow and distant?
That's what I said on my report card.
All right, I'm pulling out here.
All right.
I'm on 5 and 20. I don't even know where I've started.
6 days on the road.
All right, bro, if I take 5 and 20,
All right, what are you going to hit?
starting in Canandaigua, I'm going through Bloomfield, West Bloomfield, Avon, East Avon. We're talking Caledonia. We're talking Geneseo, Mumford,
But those are
Wheatland,
really
Riga,
spread out.
Churchville. They're not as spread out as you think, you bitch-ass bitch. Honeyway, Livonia,
They don't
Hemlock,
touch.
Bristol. Bro, I'm
Well,
taking...
yeah, you just.
No, now I'm on 28. I messed up. All right, no, I'm taking 28.
Yeah, you're so dumb.
No, you dumb. I'm starting Canandaigua. I'm taking 20. Bloomfield, West Bloomfield, Lima, East Avon,
You're already
Caledonia,
nailed. You're
Mumford.
already
No way,
nailed.
man. You can't stop me. You can't stop me.
I mean, those country sheriffs
but
will
do you-
nail your ass.
Got a long way to go and a short
We're
time
trying
to
to get
there.
there.
But some of those areas, like if you're not familiar, you could get lost. I
No
mean, if
kidding.
you're actually like focusing on going in a certain direction.
I'm just driving straight. I'm going
All right.
east.
All right.
And then a little bit north.
Yeah, you're not familiar with that stuff
Yeah,
out there.
Sure I am.
Rust Belt City boy.
Rust Belt City boy. 252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. Scott writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. 104 East, towns and counties. I think East is the wrong way to go on 104.
Yeah, but that's where
It's wide open space. Those towns are too spread, man.
'Cause then you're heading out towards Sodas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's too
Right?
spread out.
All right, because I'm looking at 104 right now. I got my map up here. All right, so we're going to start in Webster. Yeah, bro. These
Okay.
towns are so spread.
Yeah, you're caught before you hit North Rose.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. He's going to figure it out for us.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, there.
So, 390 to the Parkway out to 98. If you wanted to, you saying just in the county or anywhere?
Well, we're just trying to
I
blow
guess
through
as many
towns,
as
bro.
you can get through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Parkway to 98, 98 south up to Batavia, and then 33.
I mean, you could loop back around and hit every town in the greater Rochester area doing that.
Okay.
Take 33 back towards Rochester. You're going through Chi-Li, Churchville, Buffalo,
All right.
or Buffalo Road, Greece. All right. That's 33, right?
Yep.
Buffalo Road. All right, Dave. I mean, you're not exciting, but I think that might have been the best.
Dave
plan.
wins.
Great call, Dave.
Go get some Mamba Son.
All right, no, we don't know if Dave wins. We're going to take one more call.
All right.
And we don't like this guy. He's a huge-ass nerd. And normally he's boring as hell. But he does know things.
All right.
Cody's on CMF. He's got the last word. Hey, Cody, how are you, big-ass nerd?
You think I know things? I mean, that's just.
You sound like
I really steered you wrong.
You
haven't
sound
I?
like a low-end clown when you always start. You think I know? Do you want a balloon animal?
All right, we're going to start in the Greece area. We're going to go north through Ridgemont to North Greece. I like Dave's idea, kind of his general idea.
Okay.
We're not using the Parkway because the Parkway is like north of everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think you hit more towns on 18. So we're going to take 18 through North Greece, through Hilton, through Hamlet.
What is 18?
kind of goes parallel, right, to the Parkway a little
It goes
bit.
parallel to the Parkway, but a little further south.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
So you're
like a
hitting more
northern
towns.
104.
He's not wrong.
All right. It's funny.
Yeah.
I'm so invested in
and
this.
the
I
thing
have my map up. I'm literally following it as he's talking.
So the thing, too, that nobody's really realizing is if you're going along the same road the entire time, the police are going to catch on, and they can set up spike strips. They can try to stop you. So using 18, you've got a lot more side roads you can dip into if you need to. We can get through Morton and Kendall on 18.
Little duck and run.
We can get through Kent and Carlton. I like the idea of going south on 98, but not all the way. You hit 104, go out towards Gaines.
Yeah, this is why I hate
I feel
it.
like I want Cody in my ear while I'm doing this. All right, you're going to take a left.
By the way,
you can make it as far as like Ridgeway or Medina before they either call it off or catch you.
I love how
I think that's a pretty decent idea.
I love how we started this conversation. It's
Yeah.
not a bad idea, but like we never established why you want to hit as many towns as possible, right?
Just thinking how many you could get
Just a
through,
brag.
maybe.
Yeah, okay. All right. Cody, great call, buddy. Thanks for
It's
the
like a fairly useless thing, but hey.
All right, Cody, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. He's got a low-end birthday party to get to. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. going to be Rapperoo?
Audio Wednesday. Rapperoo.
Attaboy. For Wednesday break group CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it out, buddy. Good luck.
So we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, I think we're going to read this on the air.
Okay.
Well, we are smack dab in the middle of the last couple of days for the WCMF 2025 Rochester Sexiest Dad Competition.
Okay.
We are now up over 30 dads at
Damn.
WCMF.com that you can go Oogle if you'd like. Voting will start next week. You have 2 more days, tomorrow and Friday, and I guess the rest of today, to enter if you would like to put your picture up for your chance at a $500 watch from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers. And you have to approve this. Like, the dads that are on the website are aware that they're on the website.
Mm-hmm.
They submitted themselves. In fact, we know for sure one dad submitted himself because his wife wants it taken down.
Really?
Now, the picture is not scandalous in any way.
Mm-hmm.
It seems, based on the Facebook message, she is embarrassed that he even wanted to do this.
Oh.
And she tried to pull rank with, like, us.
Okay, like we have power?
Well, like, I mean,
He put it up there, right?
We didn't get this message initially. Yeah. It came to the people who, like, control the contest, the behind-the-scenes people here. And I'm worried for this marriage. Let's put it that way. I mean,
not
like,
bad, huh?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
it does
it's
seem
not.
like, it's a weird fight to have.
And when I say bad, Kimmy, it's not what she wrote. It's not like she like insulted
right.
him. Well, she kind of did insult him
A little bit.
But the fact that she like went behind his back.
Yeah.
We'll get into all
right.
tomorrow here in the break room and a whole bunch more on CMF. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who's blowing through towns.
Well, I guess not, because my plan sucked.
Yeah, you have the worst of the plans of all of them. For Tommy Muley, you can't use the highway.
It's cheating.
You can't use the highway. It's cheating to the rules we didn't establish on the running through towns game. My name's Pat Tubby. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.